I love this game, Sam. Thank you so much. I'm just waiting for their lobby. Yeah, thank you. I agree. I'm gonna go. Bye. Yeah, let me. I'm gonna show you guys real quick on Discord. Okay. I'm. I'll. Yeah, I guess you can. I'm muted. Yeah, so I'm manually muted on, like, I'm unplugged my mic, but that's cool. I can, yeah, my mic is unplugged. However, I'm happy to be here. I'm doing great.
Talk, I think we can be heard.
Awesome.
We can be heard! Okay. So, quick things first, we got a weekly Phantoms versus Riptide, and Phantoms have already scored!
Pushing it to 47.
Snake's still up here with the try. This is really powerful position for the try. But now going seeing if they can keep the push going. Wow,
They're being very aggressive.
Yes, all 4 of Riptide's in their base. They're very bunched together and very vulnerable to all those specials.
They only need one more clam.
Wow. One more! Come on! Come on! Come on!
That's an opener for you if I've ever seen one. Oh.
All right, well, down to 2. Great opening push. I think Riptide really needed to get the higher ground instead of all being in court there, especially when those bubbles came out.
Yes. But I mean, if they play their cards right, they can definitely get a knockout though if they play everything correctly.
Yeah, it's still early game, and 2 down are on the side of it. 3 down. This is Riptide's opportunity to at least possibly get the basket open, get a strong push going as well. They've got 3 specials on lock. They do score, but did they score? They didn't.
They didn't score, no.
I saw the other side of the map, and it's just like, oh, I think they're gonna go, but they're really close. But members are dying one by one as Phantoms are just in place for defense here. These bubbles get 1 pick.
Bubbles.
They score this now. They're not gonna have any follow-up. Okay, they did get follow-up. I didn't see the one behind.
Yeah, there's still a solid 2 minutes left in this game, but they need to be able to make another push right away.
Follow-up is really huge, especially when you're down this many points. You really want to make sure you have that established push, and you want to go in together. And we saw Riptide do is 1 went in, and then like 2-3 seconds later, then the second one went in. They didn't really go together when they tried to make that push.
Yes.
So they still got a couple points off of it, but it wasn't overly like grand.
Yeah.
The Phantoms now here, they're quickly regaining this control. Try getting a pick here.
Pick
and
on the
junior down.
Oh,
they've got
ends up down as well.
Again, Riptide is once again caught in their court as Phantoms go over the spinner, which is a really common place to go on this map. You really want to make sure someone is guarding it at almost all
Phantom go
times.
2 down.
They're gonna come jump in.
They're jumping in with the pity. Are they gonna be able to make it?
I think they got this. The tent's in a nice spot here, so even if that one goes down, they have backup. So yes.
Yep, that is game.
Wow. Okay. Well, little bit of a
Minnow Cup. That was a fantastic first match from the Wiggly Phantoms here.
I was trying to like listen in. Like, what are we? Oh, they kept the pom poms. I love it. Since I did the one stream, they kept the pom poms.
That's fantastic. Look at what you've started, Debbie.
I apologize for background noise. Anywho, yeah. Trying to keep an eye on what was going on. It's just I'm pretty sure from what I remember is Phantoms got an early control and they were just able to move in as a unit. Again, compared to Riptide, I think what they could have done better is more pairing and keeping an eye on when one of their teammates is going in because they didn't really have another person around. And they tried to, I think the ball was like rushed going in there. I had thought they scored just because I saw the other side of the map.
Yeah.
But
it's not over. I mean,
it's
Riptide can try to take this one off of the Wigglies.
And we saw Riptide can definitely do that when they get Wiggly stuck. They really have to be aware of when the tent is coming in as well, because that tent is going to be a big threat for them. And the biggest way to take down as a tent is to have a pair on it.
Yes.
One from the front and one from the side or behind, and you can take down a tent. But for Anchovy, we got the fan and the left side entryways for the power clam to make its way in. You see a lot of people doing the inkjet funny on this map.
Map control is huge for this one.
Yes.
Well, technically map control is huge for any of them, but
yeah, for this one though, if you lose mid, you lose your like
Ability
awareness
to
of where
push.
they are and where the rest of your team needs to position to stop them, because you don't really know which way they're coming from if it's painted.
Yes, exactly. And if it's all their color, they can just sneak in and score. And we see Wiggly with the tent again.
I can't remember the comps too well, but yes, we do see the tent and the try coming back out for Phantoms. I do remember that one.
We do see double armor or no, I'm sorry, that's not double armor. That's armor and rain. I apologize, on the side of Riptide. Looks like they've already popped their armor as well.
On Riptide, armor and... They have armor, bubbles, booyah, and missiles.
Oh, I apologize. I am looking at Wiggly. My goodness, I am sorry.
I had to second guess myself, but really quick map control for Wiggly once again. We can see Riptide's back up in their kind of like street area, and in their office, they're kind of already preparing a defense here, as Wiggly's got 2 clams at the ready here. The bubbles have come in. Look at them all move together! This is something you see.
Doing very well.
They've got 2 down, the missiles are on. It's just the zap. That is a wipe.
That's a wipe.
This is a huge push for Wiggly.
Yes.
That was great team coordination. Like, they popped the
That was great
bubbles,
special
the
coordination.
missiles came out just afterwards, the shield was just coming out again to move in. Just very clean team wipe that Phantom got.
And they're still pushing. They only need 2 clams.
It's gonna be
That's
KO.
game.
First
a KO
push.
game. Wiggly has just dominated this one.
Oh my goodness. Like, as soon as you saw the 3 of them come up with those specials, Riptide knew what was happening. It's really hard to deal with. And again, you get stuck in that tight area, right? And then it's done. In some cases, sometimes you just have to give up that score and get yourself to a better advantage point instead of just continuing to clump and trying to fight.
Yeah, unfortunately they weren't able to get any picks to prevent them from really pushing in anymore. Wiggly had really good coordination on their part.
They really did. Now we're on to Muscle Forge Fitness. I know this is one I haven't seen too often, so
Too often. Yeah, I mean you do have the short bridge area, you do have the ramp, depending on what side you're pushing, from the left or the right side.
And I think there's still the rail flank too, right?
Yeah, you can still take the rail flank. So like if Wiggly brings out the tent again, they could probably send bubbles in through the street and over the bridge. Somebody can probably take that rail and flank and kind of keep Riptide at bay. But Riptide, if they're able to coordinate their specials and keep the Wigglies at bay, they could definitely come back on this one.
If anything, it's don't be afraid with what's coming at you, because we've seen Wigglies with a very burst opening as they quickly take control. I think Riptide just needs to be a little more in their face to prevent a little more control. Just figure out where certain people are, specifically like the tent and their frontliner, and either like 2v1 whichever one's on the side. But we see that Phantoms are doing a really good pairing up and grouping, so we need all the bomb pressure, and just it's got to be a group war zone.
Yes, and we see Wiggly coming out with a lot of paint power as well, so that really helps them a lot. And here we go, match number 3.
Okay, I'm amused. Okay.
Debbie is instantly amused.
We got a double armor booyah bubble coming out of Riptide. And as we know, this Hydra can control like the entirety of mid and even get fall off in the corners once aimed properly. So this will be good. The biggest threat here is the tent. But if the Hydra shoots at the front and you have a shooter coming to take the side, as it's called out, the tent should be done for.
Riptide is down by 2.
Riptide is down. Phantoms just moved in on that area, that kind of how we were talking about, how you find out where they are and then you move in together and pick off the one in the wrong place. In this case,
Yep.
it was a 2v2 just lost, but quick opening score again as they've got, they had 3 up top there. Hydra's coming in from behind here.
Yep.
Not a bad idea, but got a little too close.
Yep, and they go 2 down again. They are still pushing. That tent is pushing up really far.
Gem's tent is definitely an aggressive tent and is really good at distracting them, like making their opponents look to them so their team can do other things.
Yes. So right now, so they've pushed it all the way to 6, and they've been able to kind of keep them down. Is the tent going to be able to score the last 2?
The tent is going to be able to get the last 2.
Wow.
The,
Wow. I just have to really say wow. Welcome to Clam Blitz.
These are some of the quick burst Clam Blitz games that you'll see.
Yes. Definitely.
I really liked how Riptide took the action to go behind the bubbles. Like, I thought that was a nice idea. It's just in this case, the try still had the height advantage. So the slash was able to win those fights just because the 2 members of Riptide there who had moved up had actually went into its range instead of staying further back. Especially the Hydra could have just kind of peeked and stood back a little more.
Yeah.
I don't know who was beside them, but kind of same thing there. They were kind of hand in hand. They tried to go take that 2v1, but they ended up being in the tries range and going down to that. And I think I don't know if that bubble popped, but
yeah. And then plus, you had the bubbles there along with the try, so that also just made for another combination because if you have the 2 people there, you have the try sloshing as well and the bubbles popping, so that's just kind of ending right there for the 2 that were trying to get the flank off. But Riptide, they tried their hardest and they did what they could, but unfortunately Wiggly was just a little bit too strong for them.
It looks like Wiggly's definitely got their team synergy here, ready for this Clam Blitz tournament because they are doing really well grouping together. They have the specials they need. They know when to push in. They are ready to go, and I'm looking forward to see how far they get in this event.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it.
Until then, we will take a quick break and wait for round 2. Don't go anywhere, Minnow fans. We will be back. Alrighty. Alrighty, folks. Welcome back to Minnow Cup. I am Devi, joined with Taku.
Hello.
And we are here with round 2 with
Innocence versus Mission Instinct.
cool, because I briefly forgot what the second team name was. I feel terrible, but short-term memory sucks.
Your memory does indeed suck. Yes.
I personally don't know really anything about the two teams. This is kind of the first I've seen them. But I've seen in chat there's some cheering for Innocence. Definitely we got get the fans for both teams hyped up here as we go on Snapper Canal, one of the more harder Clam Blitz maps to play.
Yes. You have somebody that can take a flank from the top right by the slick. You have the streetway push, and then you also have the right side ink rail push that way as well. So let's see what happens.
All right.
Okay, so let me see. Mission Instinct, they are the green side, so they do have Booyah Bomb, they do have the ballpoint, they have Armor and Zap, as well as Booyah 52.
See the Rapid going down early to the Zap. Nice pick there. Yeah, both teams opting to pick the 52. We know how strong the 52 can be here, and just on other maps in general. Already Mission Instinct is in. It looks like Innocence is not really aware of what's really happening. At least half the team, it looks like that they're on the other side, but they do capitalize on it and get 3 down right away. So
yes. Okay, and let's see here. So this, I mean, they didn't get that much of a push, so they can go ahead and definitely make a comeback here and take lead if possible.
It's definitely still early. They have 29 clams at the ready. This Booyah's coming in, and we see they got 3 of them go there. Look at that! This is going to be big.
And there's their lead. It looks like that's a wipe, and they keep taking people down as they respawn. So this is their chance to get a very good push.
The 52's in a nice spot here. It's one more clam. One more clam. One more. There we go. Wow.
That is a KO.
You see 29 clams, the special's ready, the Booyah comes out. This is going to be one heck of a push, and that is what happened. These are some crazy, crazy burst starts we've seen on Clam Blitz. Usually this is a Rainmaker thing.
Yes, definitely. But Innocence came back with one push. That was something. I thought this was going to be a more back and forth match, considering, Mission Instinct went in first, and, I thought it was just going to be a lot of back and forth, but Innocence just came back and just said no.
Yeah, at the start, Mission was just kind of there. They had the people at the base. There was 2 members of Innocence on defense, while the other 2 were still off to the left-hand side, and it just kind of was just like, do they know? Do they know?
Yeah. Exactly.
But they were easily to just come with them being over there, though. It did work in their advantage because they were just able to come from both ways and get their street back. So
yeah,
they got all those picks, and what you should be doing is immediately taking control and going, and that is what they did. They had the specials just moved in, and counter push to KO is exactly what happened.
Exactly. And now for round 2, we're headed over to the boat. We are headed over to Manta Maria. So mid on this one is also very big. You have the cut through the little cut that you can push through street, or somebody can go flank. Well, does this one have the flank on the top left? I can't remember if it does.
Like the little block on the right side.
No, on the left side. Because I know, like, for, what is it, tower control, it's got, like, a little block on the left plat side that you can climb up and go to, like, the left side. But I can't remember if it has it here on Clam Blitz or not.
I think I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about, but the way we're talking directions, I think we're talking about different views.
Yeah, because
I'm pretty sure it has. I'm pretty sure it has it. Yeah, because then you can take elbow over. I'm pretty sure it has that.
Okay,
you see a lot of. Okay, they bring a heavy here, which is nice. Having that long range on middle mast is a nice way to just clear everybody out. As long as it can hold mast.
Yeah, and it looks like Innocence is coming in with a double armor because they have the junior and the bucket here.
They really want that extra paint for that rapid because that rapid's going to be a really big counter to that heavy. Especially from like below, from any direction. The heavy's just vulnerable in a lot of places if the rapid can get in.
Yeah, and it looks like one booyah has already been popped off. We see that Innocence does have a ball already, and they're gonna try to get picks to do a push.
Oh, the try
Bucket
goes down.
That
baller's coming in, trying to see if it can do something about this heavy on the mast, but it, oh, they got, that was a nice shot! Woo!
He got a pick, yeah, on the splash. That heavy's still up there on mast, so he's gonna maybe just stay there, so... He has a good vantage point from there.
I didn't even realize it was the splash until you said it was, and I'm just like, wait a second, the splash was there?
Mission Instinct has gone in, and they've been able to score.
They have. This is a nice start here. And this app's getting nice picks in court here. The one that has the ball here is being shown where they are. So now, with at least one being shown, Mission can move around it. But again, another very powerful push.
All the way to 11. That's 3 down on the side of Mission Instinct. So now's their chance to paint up mid and take control back of the map.
Innocence has, they got the similar situation. They've got a lot of clams handy, and now they're just looking for an opening. It looks like Mission knows that they're up on bunker.
Looks like one down on each side.
Playing the neutral game right now, which is a good idea because they didn't really have any openings. They did have a little bit of advantage there, but they're still in the way. But as I say, that nice pick from the bomb there of the junior. And now this looks like they're gonna try. Ooh, I think that bomb was close.
Yes, they are 2 down. Their heavy is down, so this is a chance for them to go ahead and score.
There's the armor and the booyah. The 52 is in the way, but it does get picked. There's the score. They don't have a lot of clams with them now, but they're still gonna get a pretty good push off of this. And
that's still 2 down for Mission Instinct.
Oh, Junior's going back for more clams. Nice place for more 4 clams to spawn.
Yes. Oh, and then another 4!
There we go! That's probably going to be lead. That is lead.
That is lead, and that is a wipe for Instinct there. That was a good comeback.
Oh my goodness. You know, usually you'd say make it rain on Rainmaker, but in this place it happened in Clam Blitz.
Alrighty, so Mission Instinct has already taken back map control. They are 1 down on each side, so their 52 went down for Mission Instinct and their junior is down for Innocence. So we're gonna have to see how Mission Instinct comes back from this. They have 27 clams at the ready. So
and here comes. Oh, this is an interesting place to booyah from. Is it gonna get over? Okay, it gets just on top. Not really gonna do much there, but clear off the wall.
52 is down on Mission Instinct side.
That is true. That's 2 down.
2 down for them, 1 down for Innocence here.
So it looks like that the 2 alive amid are the 2 with the clams. If I were Mission Instinct, I would sacrifice one of those clams.
Because you're just giving yourself away. So there is a fight going down in bunker.
Very nice
play. Goes down.
Very nice play. 52 initiate with the remix coming up. Very good teamwork there, getting that one off bunker.
Yes. Bomb rush is out. There, and here goes their push.
Here we go.
So
nice
jumped into the street.
This is gonna be tight. Oh, they took the lead.
They need 1. They need 1. That's a wipe. That is a wipe.
Not again!
That is a wipe. So now, Innocence has 2 balls up. They have a total of 28 clams. They have 1 special at the ready. Their heavy is down on the Innocence side, so their long range is down. It looks like they're gonna start getting ready to push right now.
It's big, but
Booyah is out right now.
They've got 3 clams. This is actually almost a bad thing when you need to get this overtime push off, because now they're going to be playing more passive because they can be seen. There's only 1 trying to make a move.
Down. Oh, they're going in from each side. That's interesting.
Oh, but the heavy's in the way.
They scored! They scored!
And they get another one!
Are they gonna follow it? Can they get it in?
It's only the try!
No, that is it.
We're not yet! There we go. Now it is.
Now it
We
is.
gotta
That
go
is
back.
it.
Oh
That
my
is it.
god!
That was a
Ah!
very good game. That was a good back and forth game. Wow.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness!
Absolute wow. That was a good win.
These teams are demonstrating so well on how to initiate counter pushes. Like, it's fantastic.
Yes. So close, guys.
Oh my goodness.
That was a match indeed.
So I
Already.
believe it's I believe the score is tied, correct? I believe Innocent.
I believe it is tied,
right?
yes.
Yes. The score is tied 1-1. And we're going on to Inkblot now. Now, this. Inkblot clams. Just the stacks. The stacks are everything,
Yes.
in my opinion.
Yeah, me personally, I don't like inkblot clams. I don't like the little stairs. That I know that's the best way to go for a push, but I have an issue with stairs. But you know, stairs is
Yeah.
one way. Stairs is one way you can go. Somebody can go and flank in up to bats and sneak in that way. You know, you can also go through slick. But yeah, stacks, the left and right stacks are big on this map.
Like I've been told for this map, patience is really key. Like, even when
Yes.
you have majority clams, you really need the team coordination to get in. And we've seen a lot of that from both teams, so I believe they're gonna have it pretty nailed, and it's gonna be quite a back and forth match like we saw in Manta. But
Yes.
you really, it can't be burst. You gotta have some patience on Inkblot here, just because it's so, like, narrow in the middle, but yet
Yes.
wide on the sides. So
Yeah, no, definitely. And there's different angles. If you try to push through the stairs, there's different angles that can be taken to stop that push. So
I'm very interesting to see if comps are gonna change here as well. The
uh-huh.
try is back.
It does not look like too much of a
Expo.
change for
I like this. The Explo will have a better time getting chip poke damage over the stacks, which is really strong here, actually.
Yes. The NZAP goes down on the Mission Instinct side already.
Oh wow.
And
That's
down goes another.
We see, you saw one member of Innocence just kind of fighting off to the left corner of the try as they just freely took the steps.
Yes. The try does go down. Explo and NZAP on Innocent side is down as well. I'm sorry, Mission Instinct. I apologize.
The try's lurking around, although one member does know that they're sharking there, but this try isn't going to give up ground too easily. They're taking points where they can go over the edges, but their focus was in a different way, and we're able to get picked.
2 down there on the side of Innocence, and the splash goes down now on Mission Instinct side.
And
as
you can see now how you have to play this map patiently, because we see 2 members of Innocence just go down on plat before they had like a decent number of clams to go or anything. So this is where you really have to play mid more than you play plat.
Yes.
Until you're actually ready to go. Nice pick by the Explo there, just as the armor was about to take over. Really good. Yeah. And now again, it's a reverse 2 down. But it's still gonna be playing the neutral game here, as I think it looks like Mission Instinct is the one with 18 clams. But they don't have any way in, and they're still battling for mid, so this is still gonna be a neutral game. Booyah does come out, so it looks like that's gonna initiate things started. Yep, not enough. They had the players behind that Booyah. Oh, risky.
That was very risky, yes.
Very risky.
Explo is last up. So this might be their chance to be able to make a push here.
There's another Booyah, baller, armor. Everything comes out. There's the score.
There's the patience.
That is the patience. They waited for that. We saw, Mission Instinct kind of rushed that clam. If anything, it would have just been better just to let it go down and try again.
That was a
but
very good
really
pick from
good
that
by the rapid. Yes. This is a nice push here going as well. Getting down to 41 already. Members are now
38, and they're still scoring. 29.
they are.
2 of them are down now. Oh, the rapid again got a pick on the end zap. He actually traded, so very good.
They're good. Wow, they're winning these fights. It looks like 2 usually retreat, but then there's still someone in there getting fight wins, and it's paying off. But now the basket has
the Expo just went
down.
down.
To a bomb. Nice bomb.
That was a very good bomb. Yes. They're putting a lot of pressure here on Mission Instinct.
Mission Instinct really needs to make sure that their plat is theirs before they move in, and in this case, this is a nice try.
That's a knockout.
Nice attempt at flank by the 52 there, but did not have the shots to get that pick, and there was also people in front, so that was definitely going to be a KO.
Yeah, so in a sense, they played the waiting game, and they were able to use their specials to get in and make their initial push, and they just kept the pressure up, and they were just able to kind of keep Mission Instinct at bay and take the win.
You could see they learned from their mistakes after the first couple attempts, and how Mission was kind of doing it. It's just you kind of rush one at a time up the steps. It's not going to work, especially when the other team has a try there. But once then you get those picks, and then it's like, okay, now it's our turn. We've got the specials. We can pull this off. And after that, they just had control of plat, and it looked like I said, it almost looked like 2 were like backing off from the push and all that stuff. But there was still someone there keeping the aggression, and that's what kept the plat control. And it looked like Mission never got control of that fully back.
Yeah.
So it was just a complete tsunami of ink coming at them, and the KO had happened.
Yeah. And it was a very good try on their part, but they just because the pressure kept being applied, they weren't able to fully break out and take control back. So
the bombs and all of the pressure that Innocence had also kept the X-Blow out of the way, and their shooters couldn't do much either from going down. It was a lot of good pressure by Innocence. So
yeah, no, definitely. That was a very good match. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen next.
Whew. And with that said, we are going to take a break, and we will be back for round 3. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Alrighty, welcome back everyone to round 3 for Minnow. We are here with Insurance Agency and Mahi Mahi Monsoon on Piranha Pit.
Definitely the Ray map of all clan blitzes. um, familiar names. I'm sure most people will recognize. I'm not too familiar with the players, but I definitely do recognize the names. And I am estimating this is going to be just as good of a match as the last one, maybe even better.
Yes, definitely, definitely. Both of these teams, in my opinion, very strong. I've encountered their players individually, but Crimson is a very good backline for Insurance Agency. Echo, I believe, is frontline for Mahi Mahi, but all of these players are very well rounded. So these matches are sure to be good.
Do you think any of them's gonna bring C-Jet for this? Because I know that's pretty common, but we also know that some teams like to work outside of meta
Outside of
and
the
just go
meta.
full force aggression.
Yeah. No, I mean it's definitely something that we can probably see. Maybe from Crimson. We'll have to see what ploy they play. Here we go.
Go as we load on in.
Alrighty.
Dynamo.
Squeezer. Tent. They did Insurance Agency brought out a tent and bamboo.
These
Double
amuse
armor.
me. The fact that we don't see a C-Jet amuses me. I like seeing the Dynamo. We got the good old foil squeezer. But
Yes.
this Dynamo, if they get control of the conveyors, they are going to have a lot of control in mid.
Bamboo goes down on the Insurance Agency side. They were applying a lot of pressure right there at the very beginning, but Mahi Mahi was able to kind of fend them off here for a bit. Looks like they have 3 specials up. Insurance Agency is has both armors ready. Looks like they popped one.
They did get that tent down at one point. It was pretty even, but they still have the one armored chain. Junior's trying to go
There
in,
it
and
is.
RNG not getting too much on their side there, as they didn't really have help trying to get a pick there. Missiles come out, and it looks like a lot of Mahi Mahi is backed by their bump right now. And yes, as they make that move in, 3 go down.
That is
That
a
is
wipe.
a wipe.
This is a chance for Insurance Agency to go ahead and make a push right now.
And here we go. The 2 clams go in. They've got a lot of follow-up. More clams just beside them. The Dynamo's doing what they can to possibly get that fall off, and there it is. The Dynamo flick. That's absolutely deadly. Very good defense. Very good defense by Mahi. And now they definitely have a comp that can take back control pretty easily, and they do have a good push special. They've got the Inkjet armor. Oh, just the Inkjet now, as the Zap did go down.
Yes. It that was their chance at that point to try to get control of mid, but if they don't have anyone that can really provide paint, it's going to be kind of hard for them to get back into mid. Booyah Bomb has come out along with the Inkjet.
That shot!
That was a very good Inkjet shot. They are chasing that ball. They did get the ball, so
very impactful Inkjet by the T-Tech and getting the 2 down. But the ends up on the other side was getting some picks in return, so it just goes 2-2, and then the tent is in the right place at the right time.
it looks like they're trying to make a push, but it looks like they can't really go in just quite yet now that everybody has responded. It looks like it's a bubble war. Oh. It looks like the Mahi Mahi bubbles took out 2 people, so Insurance Agency only has their junior up. And it looks like there's a push.
They did finish that off. Abuya's coming in. It looks like there is a couple members now ready to defend. The Bamboo's up top. The T-Tech was
Junior
looking
goes down.
Yeah. It's another 3 down.
Yeah. Now it looks like Bamboo's on left trying to fight the Dynamo, and somebody else is up there on stairs with the Dynamo. I can't really see who it is though.
Can't tell, but we definitely know where that Dynamo is, and they do, and that's something they're going to keep an eye out for. Looks like missiles.
Armor and missiles. Dynamo's down. 3 are down. NZAP is last.
That Dynamo looked like that they were in a tough spot with those missiles and bomb, especially with the teammates being around them. Not a lot of mobility for that Dynamo to get away alive.
Yeah. Insurance Agency looks like they're struggling to make a clam, but they end up making it and being able to push. Mahi Mahi's going to have to stop them from getting any other clams in because they've already pushed it to 30.
But look at that Dynamo flick. I know it's down now, and that's a really key pick, but that Dynamo's just can control that entire area, which did help them stop that.
Yes, it looks like there's 2 down for the Mahi Mahi side. Someone is jumping in. Inkjet shot down. They are still 2 down, so they are staggered at this point.
Andrew here is doing really well with the Inkjet. When they pop it, they are getting a pick with it, which is really key. Having 7 clams, they're knowing their fights well here and making sure that they have paint before they go in.
They do
really
have
nice job
bubble
they did.
on the ready from Insurance Agency side, but it looks like Mahi Mahi has 2 clams.
They have 2 clams. The tent was up there. It didn't look like anyone else was with the tent to make too much happen there, but the tent is doing their job here, being more. Oh my gosh!
Got a pick. That was a good pick. Yeah.
Being a distraction and getting a pick out of it as well. That very nice shot by the Inkjet.
Yes, that was a very good shot, and it looks like Mahi Mahi goes 3 down. Another one goes down. This is another chance for IA to go ahead and make another push.
And with the time even going down, that's like they don't even really have to. They just have to clams away from Mahi, and that's what happened.
Alrighty, well, that was game 1.
It was, and what is it? We saw Insurance Agency. They had a lot of pressure on that bump, and Mahi Mahi, they had the comp, they had the ability to make these pushes, but there was always someone in the way. One would go down before they could get a push off, and Mahi did not Mahi. I think I have them backwards. Now I've confused myself. I lost my train of thought. It's left the station. Okay, let's just forget what just happened in the last 10 seconds.
Perfectly fine.
Starfish main stage!
Starfish. Well, I mean, you know, there was a lot of back and forth, and IA just kind of at the end just kind of stalled for time and just made sure that, you know, Mahi couldn't really do anything. So, you know, they just kind of kept them at bay, and Mahi wasn't able to make a clam to make another push. So we'll see what happens here on Starfish main stage.
I'm curious to see what comps are going to happen, if the Dynamo's going to stay or if they're going to bring something different.
Oh, it looks like there's a DC. Well,
all right. So we'll just get that reset up for you. So brief cycle.
Intermission. Brief intermission.
You have a little more time to go grab some popcorn, people. So then you can enjoy the show. You know,
grab some water, stay hydrated. You know, us gamers out here gotta stay hydrated. Water.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Splatoon without a DC. Although I think there was supposed to be a rotation, so that might be what happened. I think a player was supposed to rotate out, but I didn't see if they did or didn't. So that could have been the case.
I thought I saw somebody else come in.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah.
I probably missed it.
Yeah, but
yeah, it'll be interesting to see if comps are gonna change. I don't see the tent making an appearance here. I mean, it can, but I don't know how strong it's overly gonna be.
Yeah.
You can see it. I guess, you know what? No, the tent can probably make its appearance here because it can just take one path for itself while others go the other way. So
Yeah, and if they push in into their court and just throw bubbles, unless you have, splashdown or something that can get rid of those bubbles right away, then it kind of keeps them safe to throw clans in.
They might even switch up the tent too, because you do see the camo tent coming out here as well to clear street and just clear the way.
Yeah.
Make way, hammer coming through.
What's your take on Starfish main stage, Debbie?
Flanks. Done. That is main stage. It is left and right wing flanks. It is majority what it is. It's like, okay, yes, you can watch middle, but guess where the action actually happens? It's off to the two sides, and that's usually a main thing that teams try to do, is maybe get someone to go one way, maybe go two. I've seen a few teams do really good pairing on flanks, and instead of like taking mid control first, they'll come from one of the sides, take the side control, and just kind of work their way back over. And it's just like, wow, this is actually kind of effective.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think as far as like Starfish main stage goes, it's one of my more kind of favorite clan maps. It's not my most favorite, but it's up there. Alrighty, so with everyone again loaded into the lobby, we'll have to see how weapons go this time around.
It will definitely be interesting. Mahi's already got 3 people ready to go, so I don't think much is changing there. Insurance taking their time here. I think they know it's just setting up.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure how the teams are going to take this, because we saw a neutral game be played there for a little bit. It seems like I think, what is it? Insurance agency. They had that one player, usually off to the side, like being like, "Hey, look at me," and then either they'll get a pick in the 1v1, or another member will follow up on that, and then a pick happens, and then Mahi goes down because it looks like one of Mahi just goes over to it and gets kind of baited by it.
Bambi.
So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, we've taken a liking to calling it Bambi. If you see somebody that you want to go after and you think that they're alone, but they're not really alone, and you get double teamed, it's, oh, I fell for Bambi.
Oh.
Because you think it's all sweet and innocent until you get double teamed. But alrighty, here we go. Starfish main stage is up. Let's see what these comps look like.
Flingza and a leader.
With they have double heavy.
Wow.
Interesting.
All right, so this is a lot
heavy.
Insurance agency has the comp for a lot of mid control.
Yes.
And they do have wing flank potential as well. When it comes to Mahi here, they have the Flingza, which flicks can actually turf pretty decently. Slower flick, but definitely turfs actually.
Yes.
Well.
So I noticed that the CDS had gone down right in the first few seconds of the match, but back now, and it looks like mid is kind of up for grabs for anybody, but IA is taking all the clans, so
it is.
But they're at almost tied.
Look
clans,
at this.
So
there's that double flank I was talking about. 2 people coming over at the same time. Then just getting the pick, because usually it'd be like, oh hey flank, I'll go take care of it. But surprise, there's 2.
Oh, that double! That double!
Oh, that's a great thing for a Splatling player. Just you have 2 people together right in your range. It's like, they're mine.
Oh, and it looks like their heavy goes down on the IA side. So
when there's a roller up, usually you know that they're down below. You really don't want to push those ledges as much, and in that case, just got cut up by the ledge. I don't think could really back up much from where they were at.
Yeah. So each side has a ball. They're very close to having the same amount of clans again. It's neutral game at this point.
It is definitely neutral game. The rain comes out. That is a
one goes down on each side.
That looked like a rain pick.
Uh-huh. Junior's jumping back in.
Missiles are going to displace this E-leader, which will help Insurance Agency out a bit. We can see the Heavy is taking that opportunity to move in a little bit and play around this obstacle. Leader's back in place now. 2 down. And the last 2 alive have the clams, so the Insurance Agency knows where these members are and can push in off of this.
Yes. Looks like they get a pick on the CDS. It looks like they're pushing in now. They're able to score, but can they get both? They did get both.
Yes, they did. They did get both.
They have a 3rd ball up, but it looks like they're still kind of far back, so they won't be able to score that one.
Now they have this clam now ready for the next push. They're going to give that to another player or just let it die. I think the Heavy's going to go pick it up. Yep, Heavy went to go pick it up. And we see Mahi now still with those 2 clams. Nice shot by the leader.
It's 2 down on the Mahi side.
It is, and I think those 2 clams were giving Mahi the disadvantage. Yes, they have the clams, but they are very visible, and they've just been able to get it just jumped on because they can be seen.
Good shot.
Now they have 3!
Oh no. So missiles are coming out from Insurance Agency side. There's already 3 targets on the map, so...
And they know where the 4th is.
It looks like 2 go down, the Splash and the Junior, so...
The more clams is great to have, but it's better to have them without actually formed into power clams. Like, it's nice to be, like, carrying on to, like, 8 or 9, but you always want to, like, throw some ahead of you and try not to make that many power clams, because it's actually going to give you the disadvantage.
Because you're a big moving target on the map, and it's easier to find you. Mahi's getting pushed back.
Those are
looks like their Splash goes down.
Those are some nice missiles with follow-up to allow Insurance to move in here.
It looks like Mahi is 3 down. The sniper is able to get a pick. Hopefully pausing that push to have their team members a chance to respawn and try to get back out there.
The sniper's doing a really good job at keeping control. They're knowing where to look at, when to back up when needed. And they're getting quite a lot of picks as well from Rain, assists from their mine placements. The E-leader's doing a good job here.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so it looks like there's 1 down again on each side. Mahi really needs to paint up mid, or else they're not going to have a chance to really make a push here.
They do have the 1 ball, but they have 2 balls now. They have the armor. Echo's trying to maybe get a pick here. They get 1, but that trade could be key. With coming down to 5 seconds, CDS here is looking to play a little more aggressive, but getting a pick as well. Another pick. That is big. Mahi has to try to go and do something, but I think they're going to run out of time.
In this overtime push, 2 of them go down. Yep, 3. There's the 3rd. There's a wipe. There's the wipe on Mahi.
That was a really nice move in by Insurance Agency. The missiles came down. You kind of saw them scramble around with the missiles, right?
Yeah.
Then the Mini, of course, who launched them, was sitting off to the side, just moved in after it, just kind of predicting where they were going to move. And yeah, very good collapse and finishing specials by Insurance Agency there. Mahi, I think they left themselves too vulnerable in order to get a push off. They were controlling really well, but they would lose that control after they continued to be revealed. So nothing was really sneaky. They only had 1 member that could kind of float around and be that aggression. But as soon as that one's poked out, they're gonna pick that one out first, so then they can see the others.
Yeah, exactly. And having those 2 balls on the map consistently, like we said during the match, it just makes you a big target. And if your other 2 people go down, well, they know obviously where you guys are.
Yeah, never be afraid to give up a clam, because there is always more clams on the map, and you should have a coordinated enough push to be able to cycle out to get those clams back in to make up for it. But now we're moving on to
Echo.
Mako Mart. We're going shopping.
Yes. I need to go get some more milk. Let's go. I need groceries.
Hold on, I just have to fly there first, and then I'll go with you.
Yes, let's go. Stacks are big on this map because you can obviously easily paint mid and kind of keep control of key areas from there. Obviously straight through mid is going to be your bet. You can also get a flank off, if they're not paying too much attention, through breakfast, sneaking around through the back, or going on the little block on the top to get up onto their plat. Do you think we'll see the tent here again, or do you think we're gonna kind of see something similar to what happened on Starfish?
I almost think we're gonna see something similar to the Piranha Pit comp, actually, because if you think about it, you see a lot of sloshers and rollers, even like splooshes. They'll come out on this map just because, like, movement, the flicks, all the controls. It's kind of like Inkblot in a way, but
yeah,
turned.
Yeah, and you have a bunch of ledges that are very roller and bucket friendly as well.
So I'm thinking this might go more like how Piranha Pit went. I'm still not sure if the tent's going to make it come because everything's so narrow for the tent. I know it is pretty strong, but I wouldn't be. That Dynamo might come back though.
Well, let's take a look and see as we load on in here to third match of round 3 on Mako.
Plenty of opportunities to get in as long as you be patient with it. Explo and a try. Here's the buckets.
Yep, there's the buckets. There are the buckets.
Along with the splat bombs, having those splat bombs are really nice over the stack and on the sides.
Yeah. So it looks like Mahi did opt for the E-leader again, who did very well. The Explo is pressuring him, and there's a trade. So both back lanes are down.
That is a nice there, but it looks like another did get picked in the middle. It's just the try and the junior now. It's just the junior, actually.
It's just the junior.
It does have their
this is Mahi's chance. Yeah, this is Mahi's chance. They had 3 down. Looks like they are building a clam, and missiles are ready. Missiles have been popped. Junior has popped armor, it looks like, so.
Plus 4. They see all 4, and the leader's down again, and 2 down on Mahi. We're not really seeing how that one's getting picked. If it was or what picked the leader, but that was interesting to get the leader again.
Yeah, definitely. And they've popped their armor, so they can try to get some map control here and maybe get some picks. But looks like the bucket does go down on the insurance agency side, so that was a good pick.
The armor just kind of came and gone, and insurance never really got much going there. This Explo is really strong here.
Yes, definitely.
Get it in the right area, and I mean, if the C leader sees it, then it's in trouble. But it looks like the Explo's getting the jump on the leader a lot of these times. This is a really nice. Oh, the baller got long back, but still gets a pick.
That's good. That was a good pick. Oh, wow. They were able to save the ball. So it looks like that's 3 down on the Mahi side.
Yes.
That gives them a chance to score. There it is. There's the score. That Explo knows that they're there. Okay, 52 down.
You get 1 tap on them. You just gotta follow them. This
that's a wipe. That's a wipe on the Mahi side.
This Explo is at 9 KA already.
Yes. This is really something. Explo's very strong on this map.
It is, and finally gets picked by the leader. It is a vulnerable spot, but it is their strongest spot. But of course, the E leader can pick it when in position, especially when they don't have any pressure on them. So a good pick there in defense, but still a great opening push. And it looks like Mahi's already on the other side with 2 down, and I think they're just gonna go in here and get the basket for themselves.
Definitely, and right now is a great time for them to push. You see the E leader is there, being pressured again by that Explo, trying to set up mines and everything, but they're just getting pushed back. Although I do see that IA was 2 down, so that might give them a chance to kind of push back in again. Maybe not. It looks like we go 2 down on the Mahi side.
Mahi went 2 down. The Explo has moved up, and you can see burst bombs coming as well. Explo shot plus burst bombs. Oh boy.
Yeah, They're definitely trying to keep that E leader at bay. They they're throwing burst bombs, that Explo's sloshing at them, trying to make that E leader not play the game. So
This leader is it's kind of being forced to play more passive. Like it's gotta stay out of this Explo's range to get something done.
yeah.
Right now it's being aware that it almost got picked there, but finally getting a place to go. Mahi getting three
That's
down.
2 down.
They got 3 down there, 1 jumping down. Yep, there we go, another 3.
Although,
it's kind of a bit staggered there.
yeah, although Mahi doesn't have the clams to, like, they have the clams to make a ball, they just haven't made it
They
yet.
just
and
haven't
had
made
an
the ball yet.
opportunity.
Oh, they have it on the top corner. This is an interesting place.
That is a
Throw
very
it in from there, yeah. Or like it can still do it. It's if they were stuck, you could pass the ball, get it in sooner. But in this case, they
That's 2 down.
played the winning game. This might be 3. Oh,
Ooh.
this try winning that 1v1.
They've taken the lead though.
They have taken the lead by 1 point.
By 1 point, yes, definitely. The E leader is the only one that is up for Mahi's side. So
We see the leader back on this box in front of Snipe. It's kind of where they've been playing most of this game because they've been pressured away. Literally for the game. The Expo knows where this leader's gonna go, but very nice on
that was a good pick
this
on the
52 here to get the Expo down for the leader to stay more safe.
That's 2 down on the side of IA.
We've got 15 seconds left.
2 down on
IA
Mahi's
has
side.
time to make a ball.
They just have to
This is
play
the
this
last
a little bit on the patient side. Oh, the ball goes down. Ooh, that is 3 down on the IA side.
Just the Expo.
Oh, wow. Look at this. That is overtime, and that is
game.
That is game.
Mahi taking
Mahi taking the last game.
the last game.
They did not
Big
want to walk
nuts.
away getting 3 out in this one, but very good on Mahi for taking this last game.
It took them a bit because that Explo had a lot of control, but then afterwards we saw the front lines off Mahi being able to shut that down and get that push that they needed and got just enough for lead. That was a close game. 1 point.
Yeah, no, that was a very close game, and for them to take it with that 1 point, that was very, very, very good. Yeah, that was round 3. What do you think overall? How did what's your take?
Nothing's over yet, and anything can happen.
Yes, definitely. We are still very early on in this, so
we're about halfway through Swiss, and what is it? This is the end for you on Mike. Where can people find you, Taku?
I mean, my socials, if you want to come say hi, I do have Twitter, Takara_Hime on Twitter. You can find me on Twitch at Takara TV, and I stream consistently, scrims and tournaments with the team, part of Team Symphony. Be sure to go root them on as well. I do see that they 3-0'd the Deep Fried Octoling, so woo, go Team Symphony. But I will be hanging out over Swampy's chat, so if you guys want to stop in and say hi, I will be over there.
All right. And so we'll be back with round 4, and Jem will be making an appearance when we come back. So see you later, guys.
Bye. Have fun.
Welcome back to Minnow Cup, guys. We're here in round 4 now with TNGP, T-Name Guys Please versus Wildcards. And now Jem's here.
What's up? We've got Grillers on the mic now.
Griller takeover. Yeah, this is our zone now.
Got our lasers out. So starting off on Clam Blitz Humpback Pump Track. Pretty popular map mode. I like it because there are a couple of good ways in that are very separate from each other, so you do kind of have to split the team up. It's not just like everybody hard force in one direction. There's some strategy to it.
Oh yeah, there's quite a few, another like 3 different paths you can take here, and you can see a lot of different comps for this as well. The majority, again, this is another like roller bucket map. But again, it's whatever works for the team setting.
I have absolutely no idea who any of these players are, so I'm very excited to get to know them a little better. All right, let's see. We've got a Dynamo, oh, so we've got a Dynamo on each team. They both want to take advantage of that big overarching hitbox.
They also both have an Octobrush. I didn't expect it to be a double mirror with those 2 weapons, but this amuses me greatly.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder, what kind of synergy those 2 weapons are going to have here on these comps.
We see a Booyah and an armor being popped out, and as well as an Inkjet from the other side, and it looks like the other Dynamo is holding on to their armor, now only just popping it as they see the specials are ending on the other side, so maybe Wildcards here.
First player goes down 45 seconds into the match. It takes that long before any picks happen, and it's a 1-for-1. Slight advantage now on the side of Wildcard here, but it's not a big one. They're not going to be able to really push in too heavily with this. Also, since they don't have a lot of clams.
They're both playing a really good neutral game right now. Like, there's the Dynamo War, and it looked like Violet had won that.
Yeah, I feel like that might be the effect of the Dynamo. The Dynamo is basically the backliner of both of these comps here, and it's very oppressive in terms of the space that it controls on this stage. There's basically nowhere in mid that's safe, and we can see as soon as the enemy Dynamo goes down, that's Wildcard's chance to score.
Because they don't have too much paint to cover up from it in return. So yeah, definitely a vantage point when you can pick that threat down, and it looks like they get the other Dynamo goes down now instead, and
this will let Soulja Boy push up here and take a lot of control of the area in front of the basket. Armor goes up, so they might need to back up a little bit here.
I noticed they kind of took the longer way around there. I wasn't too sure if it was just to fill the ink tank or not, but they kind of took the long way around. I think maybe waiting to see if the rush was going to drop down from bunker. Before they actually applied the aggression over top.
I think Wildcard there getting a little bit lucky. I feel like TNGP did really have an opportunity to push in and just didn't quite get the clams in time, didn't quite maneuver fast enough. And they were able to get the armor out and put up a good defense and score. The score there gets them literally 1 point. I would say probably not worth it because they're just giving the other team a pity clam here. But we'll see what TNGP can do here with this armor. Looks like they're not really forcing any engagements right now. They aren't getting the fight that they want to be able to take with that armor. I feel like I have to say that it was wasted.
It does seem like that. It looks like TNGP is playing more of a passive game. I haven't really seen their brush going up ahead doing much unless it's been just off camera. But it's mainly been their Dynamo that's been getting in their faces the most.
Yeah, it looks like that CDS has a really solid KA as well, so they're probably going in and skirmishing somewhere, but you want to be putting your teammates up there if they're going to be getting into that many fights and helping them out with it so that you can snowball that advantage when you get it.
We've got two specials now on TNGP. And they also have 2 well, they do have technically 3 clams, but it's good that they're only taking the 2. But by having those 2, they see where the 2 players are. Now gonna juggle and losing the war in mid as they get stuck in the trench there. And now they have 4. They have 4 power there. Or well, they did have 4, but they're holding 3, which, as I've said in past games, I'm not a fan of. Because it just reveals you, and now the other team technically has the advantage because they can see where you are and can move in on that.
If you get the push, it's very punishing, but getting the push, shouldn't happen against a team that's gonna know how to use that vision you're giving them. You can see now only one of the power clams made it in. There's another one sitting dead in front of a splash wall. Like, that's usually how those pushes go. Usually, if you're lucky, one person gets in, and you can see the only one that got in was the brush, which, a weapon very specifically designed for that mobility.
Yeah, the Dynamo was close behind, but they had one of those clams that they were holding onto, and it was just easy to see them just swimming in. And at that point in time, Wildcard had the people in position to easily stop it before they got into the, where you could throw the clam in. And with that, the game is done.
I think you raised a good point there, talking about how Wildcard was in position. I don't feel like TNGP was doing enough to get them out of position. They didn't really have specials that were disrupting their positioning, so they weren't forcing that Dynamo to move, which is how you're going to beat that Dynamo. I didn't see the impact of brush flanks. It's entirely possible they were happening and we just didn't spot them from the camera, but it just didn't seem like that was having the sort of disruptive impact that a brush can if it times its flanks well. So they need to be doing something to throw Wildcard off guard here.
We're going to a very much bigger map, so I think the Dynamos are probably going to change. We're probably going to see the 52 again, as a couple players have locked in early. So the 52 from Bandy is probably going to be making a return. But I'm expecting the Dynamos to change at this point. But yes, if TNGP wants to get a push off, they need to displace that backline. And we were seeing the view here and there. You could see it was actually TNGP's CDS and Dynamo that were controlling the mid area, and they were the one getting majority of the picks and moving up, and just wasn't too sure where the other 2 teammates were. But we'll see if they can maybe add a bit more aggression with the whatever they're bringing here. Oh, Dynamo does make a return, but it's gonna be countered by a Hydra.
Yeah, I don't know.
That is a big,
I don't
heavy
know how this
counter.
team pushes into a Hydra. They're gonna have to get some good flanks.
The only thing that they have to displace it the most is, if they get the flanks off, if the Zap or the Splash can flank, or they use, actually, I can't remember if this
double armor,
vanilla
they
brush
got
is
Missiles are probably the best option.
they
The
have-
bomb
they have
rush,
missiles
of
from the
course, will
bucket.
work, but you probably want to be using that to control space more than to just displace the Hydra.
Yeah, they had the missiles. They have the missiles from the bucket, but both the Zap and the Splash go down. And I didn't see where, but this is already a great opening push.
Oh man, so many clams already.
Card.
Soldier Boy gets 1 pick, but the rest of Wildcard able to kind of collapse in. Violet probably not going to get too much more done here. Dropping in with the Hydra, doesn't have charge.
Really close, because just a quick mine and two tap shots, depending on what build you have on, can get a quick 1v1 splat. But that bomb nearby really makes you panic. So it's probably it could have ended up in a trade, but the Hydra was in a rough spot there.
Alright, let's see how TNGP can push in here. We've got the NZAP trying to pressure from below in court. Oh, they almost catch someone out there. If they're just a little further forward, might have been able to catch that.
It looked like the brush
getting
and the
bombed out.
Flash traded earlier on.
I think Y's there for the NZAP to back away. That is a very exposed position, and you only really want to be pushing through there if your team has your back. So
Oh, that
I
jump
expect them
in.
moving away.
That jump in with the clam as well is very very deadly. Because it loses the clam, and now TNGP is once again in a stuck position as Wildcard just is taking mid control.
Very lucky here, I think, that the bridge actually opens up there, and so Wildcard not able to push through mid, and that might actually let them stabilize a little bit here. The 1v1 going down on the left carousel, it does end up going to Wildcard there.
And it looks like TNGP is using the bombs, trying to get some sloshes up there. Because I saw the Hydra drop earlier, which gave up mid there, but it was a good idea to move. But this Hydra very much keeping an eye on the clam, like they're seeing where these players are popping up at. But it looks like there was a fight in carousel there. And it looks like the Splash is trying to make some things. It looks like that Splash has gotten 2 picks from their flank and is trying to move in here. Looks like they're going to get a score, but are going to go down right away. And just get collapsed on.
Great job by Soulja Boy there to be able to get the 2 picks and get the clam in. Awesome work there.
Ooh.
That right there, I think, you know, we saw how they can start dealing with this Hydra. They put down missiles. They had someone on a flank route. So the Hydra had to back up, but they backed up into the flank. There was nothing that they could do. You know, that position seemed so powerful. It looked like they could see everything, but as soon as you force them to move, that's when TNGT needs to jump on it and get something out of it. And get something out of it they did. See how well they can hold this lead here. They have been able to pick up a few more clams, just enough to make a power, but none of their other teammates are picking them up. So if they want to continue to push here, they're going to need to get a little bit more going.
The Bucket's missiles are really helping take like mid control in the corners, but for those missiles that happened there, unfortunately that 2 members did go down with them, which kind of stopped that, but they're still holding mid well with 2. 50 seconds to go. They do have the Dynamo holding on to a power clam right now, so the Dynamo is vulnerable. This is a nice patience play by the Brush here, just making TNGP look at it.
Yeah. I think they probably could have gotten that pick too. Like, the flank idea was great. They just didn't quite cut off the exit enough. Got the pick with the Inkjet though. Good shot.
This Slosher here trying to hold with the Dynamo.
2v1, that defensive 2v1.
Oh, this might be the lead reclaim, yeah.
Oh, that's so brutal, because that's 10 seconds left on the clock. If they can keep the basket open, if they can stall it long enough, they can prevent them from ever getting that power clam, and it's game over. If they don't, so the pity clam is out, and so now there is a chance for TNGP to get themselves back into this one more time.
They had the pity clam, and then their Splash opted to make a ball as well. But,
did they sneak in?
They snuck in. They snuck in.
Oh man! Wow. Good composure there from Wildcard. You know, that was a really strong push that TNGP made to get the lead back. But Wildcard wasn't phased. They figured it out.
How when the Splash opted to make the ball, it was kind of countering kind of what they did at the end there. Like, we didn't even see them have the power at the end until the very end. So I'm gonna take a wild guess that was the Brushes doing, and made a power clam just before they got to the basket, and then threw it in so they didn't see what was going on. And with the Splash making a ball in the middle there, makes them vulnerable on that side, so they can't aggress anymore. Instead, they need to get that ball away and make themselves sneaky again, because they are one of the 2 weapons that could really aggress for their team that they need to get an overtime push going.
It's tricky with that comp because I feel like revealing the Dynamo's position takes away a lot of their combat potential. Like, it's not like a Hydra where you can know where the Hydra is and still not be able to do anything about it, right? But the Dynamo, you know, a lot of the time they rely on those ambush picks or, like, you know, hopping around a corner. So it can be tricky. Who do you give the clam to? If you give it to the Bucket, I mean, they're not the best at moving around. You know, they don't have a super fast fire rate.
In that,
So maybe it
yeah.
does fall to the splash, but then the splash can't aggress.
In that case, it comes to who's the furthest one back. It's like, just throw it backwards. Just be like, hey, someone pick up this clam who's in mid. Like, you should be aware that you have teammates in that area, and whoever's kind of the furthest behind and doesn't have anything ready to start another push should be the one to take it.
Alright, here we go.
Looks like we see a
This is-
Nautilus coming out now instead of a brush.
Another Clam Blitz. 2 in a row. It's interesting.
It is Minnow Cup Clam Blitz Edition. That is the only mode that is played.
I realized it as soon as I said it and was hoping no one would notice. So, I'm dumb. Moving on to the match. Got the Dynamo stuck in street here. Violet might be able to get this pick. I don't see how the Dynamo gets out of this. They don't.
Yeah, this is
Wow.
gonna be really good
Three
control.
down. It's just this ends up, and they want to save their armor, so they probably don't want to be too aggressive here. Clam goes in. The Hydra is up at downstairs already. This is really dangerous.
This
Be a
is
heck of a lockout.
very in a very bad position for.
Yeah, Dynamo does not want to be dropping down there. Just slosh over the edge. The frontliners are going to have a field day with all of these blind drops that you have to go over to get
but it
back
looks
down
like-
towards your basket.
The basket has closed though, and you can see Wildcard is all the way back at bridge now. They have retreated. They know the basket's closed, so they're going to prepare again to get some picks and move in again, but while being aware of what TNGP is going to try to throw at them. As the Dynamo here, being the aggressive one and getting a pick.
Nobody expects flanking Dynamo.
The only
I
problem
love
is
the
that two
patience
members
on
went down.
Wildcard's part to just back up to bridge and bide their time until they can push again. Because now, you know, even though they got that pick, they were in position to just move into the basket pretty quick.
They also the problem there is the Dynamo went in, 2 of their teammates went down, and Wildcard ended up scoring in return. So the Dynamo got put out of play and wasn't there to stop it. You can see now they're back under bridge. They're just kind of stuck. I don't know if they've jumped. I think they've jumped out, but at this point,
It feels like they're taking a lot of the onus on themselves to be the aggressor on their team, which is tough because, like, it has such a strong impact on defense, but if you're trying to use it for offense, who's going to defend there?
Yeah, and it looks like that seems to be one of the biggest struggles right now is with one of their key defending weapons up on the front lines. They don't really have anyone taking that place to be aware of, like to cover one of the pathways at least.
I do like the Nautilus play that we're seeing come out of Eggdog here. Playing it basically like a defensive Splatling, like a heavy or even a Hydra from that position. And it works out for them. They're able to get a pick. They try and open things up a little bit with an Inkjet there. Oh wow, that's a Dynamo that went down up there. Again, playing the aggressive Dynamo.
It's like PNGP knows that they need to add more pressure, and it looks like the Dynamo and Nautilus have practically like switched roles in this game.
Yeah, kind of.
And we see also another hanging back here. The Zap's also playing pretty supportive to the Nautilus on like the back line. It seems really kind of reversed.
They are going for the more of an armor farm play style here, and they're getting a lot of those armors. It's just a question of, you know, what are your frontliners going to be able to get done with that armor?
They did manage to pick off that Hydra. They did get 2 here. I think they're going to actually be able to open the basket
gonna
now.
be able to score for sure. Oh, if they get that pick, then that's a really strong push. But I think from here, the Hydra is going to be able to get in position. They're going to be able to lock out.
And the
Only a
52
push to 71.
Bandy there, able to get the shots and read the Dynamo as it was swinging, got the shots in before it could land, and ended up getting a triple in the end there, just stopping them completely.
Solid play by Eggdog in the closed there, able to get a couple more clams and get a pick for it, so that'll slow down Wildcard's way back into the game a little bit, but it wasn't the push that they needed. They want to get down to 29 here. So that's two power clams, 3 power clams, roughly.
They really
they're
need
gonna to hold the basket open.
There's 20 seconds left, and it's TNGP that needs to push for overtime, but it's going to be reversed instead.
There's a double, a triple, and Wildcard is in, and they're going to be able to throw one more clam right as time goes out, and that's going to be it.
Just shut down in the end there by Wildcard as the Hydra's able to take bridge. Bandy looked like that they had a lot of turf around them and just free reign to move in and get those picks. So it just
fantastic aggression at the end there from Bandy to know that the other team was going to be trying to push bridge. They knew their team was there and that they'd be drawing attention to themselves. So they were able to just erase TNGP out of their own street.
Yeah, there was no chance there at all, unless if they had their specials. I'm not too sure if they had what specials TNGP had up at all to stop that push from happening, because you could see it build up from the bridge as the like I said, the Hydra was there. They had the paint control. It's just like there's 20 seconds left, and in this case they wanted to be the other way around, but Wildcard said no, we're just gonna walk on in here and pick you off and end the game.
Wildcard definitely showing the power of bridge control on that map. Even after their push was over, you see they retreated to bridge and they held from bridge. And fighting from your streets uphill towards the bridge, not the easiest thing to do when the other team has a Hydra. So
yes.
It was really difficult for them to regain even mid control. And whenever they did lose a fight, Wildcard was that much closer to their basket than they were to Wildcard's basket.
And the Dynamo playing really aggressive on this map as well. I can see them playing like underneath on the trees and stuff to avoid getting picked off by the Hydra, because a lot of traditional positions it's just a no-go for a Dynamo versus a Hydra. But I would love to see another team member working with that Dynamo, because that would be golden opportunities for pushing in to guarantee that pick, because then you can have, like, say the K shot with the Dynamo. The Dynamo can provide the overhead slosh from their roller, and the K shot can be nearby, so if it hits, it'll take away their paint. The K shot can just move in with its mobility, finish it off in a 2v1. I would love to see more teamwork with that Dynamo to get pushes off for TNGP. But with that ends round 4, and we will be back for round 5. Okay. Okay, we are back with round 5 of Minnow Cup Clam Blitz Edition. Right? Right, Jum? Right, Jum?
I think so. You might be right about that one. I'll go back and confirm, but
and we've got Broken Controller Gaming versus Power Inc. I really don't know much. This is the first time I've seen both of these teams, actually. So, this entire set's going to be a surprise for me.
yeah, I mean, there are a number of players who we were looking at on their rosters. Like, wait, is that other player? And then we've confirmed one after the other that none of this is not Wadsome, guys. Just so you all know, it's not actually the guy.
It's the 0.4 version.
Yeah. He's on his limiters, you know. He's wearing his ankle weights still. Hasn't had a Rock Lee moment yet. So.
And
anyway.
we're going back to Anchovy, Anko 5, whatever fun name you want to say it. And last time we saw this map, we saw Wiggly Phantoms here, and they had some crazy burst push with like full team synergy. And we'll see what these guys bring, and if they're gonna do a similar thing with their comps. So we've got Firefin, Hydra for backlines. Look at that, the Booyah Bomb arrow spray, Gem.
Anyway, so Power Inc. playing a very traditional comp here. We got a Knot, we got a Junior. They're gonna pop the armor there. The Neo Splash and the Knot are gonna try and get some picks. See what happens with that. Gonna be a much more passive comp, I think, from it keeps going back and forth. So I'm missing from Broken Controller Gaming. Like pink is that one? No, wait, they swapped. It's that one. So Power Inc. in the pink. I think that's appropriate.
And then and then Broken Controller in the teal. But yeah, we saw it's only been only one has gone down, which has been the Octo Shot. Otherwise, it's still been relatively neutral here, although we see I can't remember anymore. We see Pink coming in, trying to add some pressure. But now the splash goes down on Pink side here.
I really liked the Booyah Bomb there. At first it looked like, oh, this is going to accomplish nothing because they're just going to run away from it. But Splash is forced to run off into mid, and teammate from Broken Controller was able to take him out that way. All right, lots of specials on Power Inc. right now, and Broken Controller is one down. I don't think they're going to be able to get much done with this Inkjet here. But we still have yet to see Power Inc. try to push in and use this advantage. Both teams just not trying to contest mid. Not even contest it, let alone push into it.
That Charger was just kind of waiting patiently behind here. They're just observing at this point. I'm not too I enjoy the observing. I imagine that they could be probably map checking and waiting for someone to maybe drop. But at this point in time, they're also not really putting any more ink down, and their laser's not really threatening either fan or the other way. But I think they're keeping it more sneaky-like. But I just still want to make sure you're contributing.
Broken Controller, I think, adopting a very defensive posture here, and like they're getting a couple of advantages here and there. Ooh, the Hydra goes down. Let's see if Power Inc. acts on this. But neither team putting together a push at all. They both have the clams to do it. They've gotten a pick here and there. I really want to see them trying to work more to capitalize off the picks that they're getting.
They
Power 3 minutes, and neither team has really made any kind of approach to the pass.
Yeah, it's been really. We haven't seen overly too many picks either. Like it's been relatively passive, and with that, it's just still maintaining neutral. Like we've seen a couple fights try to happen. We see bombs go out to try to get picks, specials go out, but nothing's really happening. 3 power clams on this.
Like this isn't a thing you see in Splatoon.
No.
Triple power clam from Power Inc. This is actually a great opportunity for Broken Controller to get in there. They know where everyone is. They need
That
to
is
take advantage of this. That's a
not
huge
good.
mistake. They get a
We
pick on the
see-
left side. Let's see if the right side can filter in. They get a trade. Come on, Bucket. This is all you. He's got so much going on right now. They get a power clam in. Great push in from Broken Controller Gaming. That was a huge misplay from Powering to be that grouped up with that many clams.
Yeah,
Bucket
that
is
is
going to take advantage of that.
That is a very punishable mistake, which did end up happening. They did manage to splat 2 members, but that's not going to be enough, especially when that try had advantage. So that try definitely did what they could. This arrow spray chilled in the corner. They know this arrow spray is here, and whoever does attack this arrow spray will, of course, have the more killing power. But arrow spray playing really passive. They're not really with their teammates here. They're just guarding this one side for the time being, where they could be off to another with like their bucket or their octoshot, for example, applying poke with their burst bombs and using the booyah. But they use the booyah in defense here.
That was textbook, the way that Power Inc. made their way in. They didn't try and risk getting double burst bombed or something by the arrow spray. They put cover fire over. One player got over, put a wall up. They used specials. It was beautiful the way they made their way in, but they got stopped before they got to the basket. And that push is not going to be enough for Power Inc. They had to put it all on the line on that push because they just didn't give themselves any time from, you know, the first 3 minutes of the game being so passive.
That is definitely one of the more passive games I've seen of Clam Blitz in a good while. Just really, you'd see it, like I said, you see a few fights come out here and there, but nothing really happened after it when a team had that extra advantage, the man advantage. And it's just kind of like, okay, we will play the waiting game again, I guess.
And I think that definitely plays into the Hydra's playstyle. As the Hydra, you know, you want the other team feeding into you. So,
but then if you realize they're
capitalizing on that game state,
then I think another thing is when you realize that they're not feeding into you, that's when the wall has to push in. Like the Hydra can move in, they can play a more aggressive position, and then they can make something happen for their front lines, like move up to mid and get some fall off there as long as they know they had that charger under control. There's definitely other methods that each team could do. Just become that closing in wall on the other team together is kind of what you want to do. If neither are going to initiate something, I mean, yes, someone's going to have to do it, but if you do it together and targeting the one that you know is going to be your biggest problem, then you should be able to make something happen.
Loving all the pom-poms that we're seeing in the chat here. We got some cheerleaders out there.
Very much appreciate this. There we go. I've added my own. But now we're moving back to Snapper, the one with another map of many flanks.
All right, let's see if Power Inc. able to aggress a little bit more on. Okay, so no Hydra this time.
No, they got a bamboo and they brought K-Doolies.
Interesting. Okay.
So it looks like they might be going for the baller push option.
That's definitely a possibility. I didn't spot. Did you see whether the K-Doolies are wearing Ninja Squid?
They
might be trying to sneak in.
They do not.
They are not. Okay.
This charger's in a nice
I mean,
spot here.
Weapon definitely doesn't need the Ninja Squid, but if they are going for one of those stealth strategies, it can help.
Now we see some fights happen here, but is anything going to happen off of these fights? Right now, I believe it is Power Inc. that actually had the advantage there. And it looks like the juniors taking control of the one side. Meanwhile, Broken Controllers are look like they're stuck at their space a little bit. And one gets picked off of Snipe.
That's really good backline positioning to be able to get that pick right there. You know, you move up into mid, and if you're able to get anyone off of Snipe, now that's a lot of map pressure. Problem is, neither team has enough clams right now to do anything with an advantage. They really need to be taking advantage of the map control they have to pick up those clams and actually have a worthwhile threat to be able to get into the basket with. And looks like they haven't been able to accomplish that here. Gonna see Broken Controller Gaming start to move back into mid a little bit. They've displaced the Charger a little bit, not able to hold top mid now.
The Bamboo looked like that they were hesitating a little bit, moving in whether they should help their teammates or not, and couldn't tell if they still did.
Clam jump goes in onto their snipe.
They did.
A little bit of follow-up here. Let's see if DQNet can stay alive and get these other clams in. They can. 62-59. Not too shabby for a first push. Oh, and here comes some more. They're sneaking people in on all of these different angles.
Oh, unfortunate that those two clams didn't go in, but they were just kind of tucked under a tough corner. Watson here sharking. They seize their target. This is literally it was a good shark there, and it just kind of pushes them back, but now their location is known, so the team knows to be aware of that. Power Inc. has 2 clams being held. Charger has one of them, and another, I don't know who has it on the other side.
Good job from Power Inc. taking advantage of knowing where that Tri-Slosher is to just take them out. Watson has been a huge asset to Broken Controller so far with the highest KA right now. They've been sharking in some odd places, which is really strong on this map where you can't keep track of everything all the time. And so taking them out of the equation might give Power Inc. the opportunity to push, but right now, once again, holding a lot of power clams, and I think that's going to give Broken Controller Gaming the knowledge that they need to take some good fights here and force them back.
Once again, holding on to those 3 clams is not the way to go, especially when everybody's up. But because as you can see, they're pressured back in their street. They can't really go anywhere because the ones with the clams are going to try to definitely stay alive. We see the K-Doolies coming in with this baller to add pressure, but and it looks like there was a pincer from the street too, so that was nicely followed up. But it does backfire though. It does greatly backfire, so this, I think, it looks like Power Inc. needs to take that opportunity.
Push in there.
They need to go.
I wanted to see that Junior just run forward. It was, at best, a 2v1, or at worst, a 2v1. And if a teammate follows up on that, they've got their way in, but instead they hesitate and they give up their advantage.
Oh, that could have
been their advantage. They're down a player now.
Advantage, yep. They had the 3 clams. They had the time to do it. They just did not take it. And now, with less than a minute remaining, it's still even with picks. And the Charger holding their ground.
They've got a power clam. Looks like they might try to rush in here. Let's see.
There's the bomb rush.
Pop a bomb rush. That could be a great way in. I'd love to see them take this opportunity right here. They get one in. They don't get the second one in yet. Both players down. Let's see if Snow can make their way in. I don't think it's going to happen for them.
That's it.
Team wipe. Good defense on Broken Controller Gaming's part there.
The Charger is trying to assemble clams to the person who had the most but couldn't reach because the try was in the way. And that was the game. The same mistake from the first game had happened again. It's nice to have all the clams, but it's better not to build them fully.
You know, your ideal situation is everyone has 9.
Yes.
Then you're not giving away your position, but as soon as anybody needs a power clam, you just throw one and boom, they're in.
Still come in together and all that, but yeah, as soon as you have those clams, you're revealed. It's a giant point sensor and big targets, and expect to be all the missiles, the bombs, and everything on you.
Sharking Tri-Slosher. That's so scary when 3 of your players are revealed. The Tri-Slosher knows exactly where they have to be to just show up, and nothing personal, Squid.
And now we are going back to Piranha Pit. The second time that has appeared as well. So I'm
I
hoping
like Piranha Pit.
I'm hoping Power Inc. doesn't do the same thing 3 times in a row.
I feel like if there's a map that's going to work, it's Piranha Pit. Because
That's
this is a map
true
where
in a
you
way.
really have to force your push down their throats with specials. It's
It
kind of
is.
linear. There's not really a sneaky way in. You just kind of have to beat them in a fight. So let's see, you know, with that being, you know, a weakness that we've noted in both these teams, I feel like here we're going to see a lot more of these players' potential in terms of, you know, all right, well, it's go time. We're going to fight, you know. If they can take the team fight when it's advantageous to them, when they can use the specials well, we might see some higher scoring games here. We might see a little bit more ink being spilled, if you want to put it that way.
But just have to be aware that they're not clustered all together if they do get a lot of power climbs again, because those are some pretty narrow corners.
See what kind of specials they're bringing to take advantage of this. They've got some bubbles, the bubble bamboo coming out. So that'll be a huge option for controlling space on the side of Power Inc.
Power Inc. has that the bomb rush, the bubbles. They've got an inkjet and armor combo. They have the bamboo to control mid really well. Bamboo can definitely show its dominance here, but it does have to make sure it is aware of where the ball point is so it doesn't get peeked by it and picked out by its range. The beacons as well. If the ball point gets into the right area, they can put beacons hidden underneath the basket that you really need to watch so that they can't just keep jumping in there with clams to the beacons.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I really love the ballpoint choice on this map. I think it's really powerful once it gets into an aggressive position at holding the basket. The beacons are obviously always a threat in Clam Blitz. You've always got to be keeping an eye on those. And it's just a great long-range weapon for controlling mid here on this very open, flat map.
Basket has opened. Wow, they got 3 down on Power Inc. and Broken Controller Gaming they just went all in there and just kind of wiped them out. But it looks like the defense is coming back here now as they have been using the high ground. Watson able to get a couple more clams in. Oh, they're still sneaking in here.
Oh no!
Just let that one come in for free.
That's really hard, but it was already a strong push. I don't think you know, that wasn't, you know, the worst thing that could happen at that point in time. They were already down to 26. They're just happy that they didn't get KO'd, you know. This is a very easy map mode for a snowball to happen where you plant that ball point down under the basket, they hold their position, and they just never get taken down for the entire game. So kudos to Power Inc. for, you know, being able to play as patiently as they needed to and assemble that defensive perimeter to be able to keep them out of the basket. And they've got a pretty strong push that's happening right now. They've got the bubbles that they can use to get through mid here. They've got a couple of power clams. They just need to put the pieces together here and start getting some picks. That rain, really well placed, going to delay the push for a while and actually going to put them in a position where they're forced to back up and let Broken Controller Gaming spawn back in. So I think they kind of lost a little bit of their advantage there.
The try came in over the conveyor, which is their strongest point, and was able to, oh my goodness, they did it again.
Great job once again by Broken Controller, slowing the push down enough that they can get some picks and prevent that dangerous situation.
The brush has control of conveyor. Like, when it gets control of conveyor, you got its paint flying from everywhere, which is deadly. This tri-slosher is playing left and right really well, making sure that they also do keep the high ground against what's coming at them, and just jumping on them when they get close, knowing that when they go down, when they jump off this conveyor, they are going to get the splat.
very powerful position for a short-range weapon like that, to be able to just drop down on an unsuspecting player in mid. Control on this map really does depend on being able to keep those conveyors under control. If you've got someone up there, they need to be dealt with. Wad some 0.4 once again getting a strong pick. They're at 13 KA already in this match. A stellar performance from them here.
It is definitely one of Try's stronger maps as well.
Powering to the 2-down position. I want to see them take advantage of this. They need to push in. They've got enough clams. They've got to do something with this right now. This is their best opportunity that they've had all match. They need to go and aggress this power clam. They need to go and get that pick.
They're afraid of this Tri-Slosher. They know it's hiding around the corner, and it's preventing them from going in. This Tri is doing a really great job just being a threat, because the Power Inc. doesn't want to push into this Tri, and here we go.
Yeah, and they waited a little bit. Oh, they're able to get a pick anyway, and they've got the power clam coming in from the rail at this point from two different directions. It's really hard to defend. They get in, and they're going to get another power clam. This could be it.
They need to hold this push.
Yeah, it needs to be now. They get another pick.
But
3 down on both sides.
The brush cleaned them out.
Oh my goodness.
The brush ended
Clutch
up getting the picks.
Clutch play there from, I think, Points was the tag.
I can't remember already. But well, yes, yeah, 5 points.
Yes, 5 points. There it is. Sorry, 5 points.
But
yeah.
gosh, Try really doing the pressure, but really glad that we got to see Power Inc. make that push in at the end. We've been waiting the entire set, just like, come on, Power Inc. You can do this. And
forward a little bit more.
They managed to get in. It's just the traded picks there. The Splash got a really nice 1v1 win there, even through armor as well, to get the second clam in, and then 5 points. Still just decided to come in and like, yeah, no, we're in the game here. The overtime push is over, but I'm really glad Power Inc. did manage to make that push in. They stopped their hesitation there, and they did score.
I want to compliment Broken Controller Gaming there on the choice of the double rain comp. It definitely felt like every single time a rain came out, it was used to stop a Power Inc. push. It was put right in front of where they wanted to be every single time, and it made them think twice, even about pushing into a 4v2. Because they're like, okay, rain plus sharking Tri-Slosher, that seems really scary. I don't know if I can do it from this angle here. Kept them on their toes, kept them reconsidering, and gave the team time to spawn back in.
It definitely held things back, and rain can be just as powerful as it can be more powerful than you think.
Yeah, good for, if not getting picks, then it's stopping people from being someplace, and it lasts a lot longer than something like a Booyah Bomb will.
It clears out an area, it adds extra damage, so then you're just able to move in with it and hopefully get like possibly only one shot that you need to just take that one down and recontrol that area pretty easily.
So that will solidify our standings from the Swiss round and put us into Top Cut. We're in there. The best of the best at the squid game, at the splatting of the squids. They're all going to be competing for you in very short order. But as we move into that, we are also going to switch commentators. So that is going to be it for Devi and I. You guys are, I believe, going to be joined by Weebird and Popgun.
Popgun.
If that hasn't changed.
You will have some grand commentators to finish off the Top Cut for you. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere, because you're going to have a really good Top Cut coming at you.
Looking forward to it.
Later, guys.
Have a good one.
Cup Clam Blitz Edition, Season 2 of the Minnow Cup. I am Popgun, joined by Weebird, who has some really awesome animation on their YouTube channel. I'm finding out. Weebird, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I've been watching for the all the way since the beginning of the of the cup here, and I gotta say we're in for a very good top cut. Like straight up, I'm going to be real.
We're in for an exciting top cut. Usually the story is who is in top cut. For this tournament around, the main story is who is not here. A lot of the big favorites didn't even make it out of the Swiss stage, but that's good. We're going to get to meet a lot of new teams. First off, Evening Chickens, a team you are all familiar with, the famous dipping sauces, taking on a new monster, Falling Ink. This is a Div 8 team, and usually if you get put in Div 8 and Looty, that's because we have no idea who you actually are. But they are tearing it up in Div 8, and now they're going to be taking on the Div 14 Chickens. We're going to see just how good this Falling Ink team really is, as they got a tough opponent right off the bat here in Top Cut.
For real, what was it? What we've been seeing, especially from the earlier rounds and especially the Swiss bracket, is that Falling Ink has just blown people out of the water, and it's awesome to see a team that literally has no one knows a lot about. They're mysterious. It's that kind of that shadow force that you never really expect, and kind of terrifying. But let's see if Evening Chickens can hold their own right now.
Evening Chickens, definitely the more well-known team. Fallen Ink 4-1 in Swiss stage, including an interesting 3-0 upset over Resilience, a win over Mission Instinct as well. So we'll figure out a lot about these two teams in this best of 5 set here in Top Cut. Looks like Fallen Ink coming out with an E-Leader. Hot Sauce says, I got one right back for you. So in this in the fast-paced mode, we have E-Leader versus E-Leader here on Art Academy. Okay.
Yeah, and what I haven't seen from earlier on is that the E-Leader has seemed to be a favorite among newer teams, which it's a great weapon to be for sure. And sorry, that was a good shot from Hot Sauce right there. And it looks like it's about to be a little bit of an E-Leader here. Hot Shot not making that out.
Yeah, Hot Shot's a very experienced Charger player for this very experienced Evening Chicken team. They've been playing in a ton of these low-end tournaments here. As we see Barbecue Sauce working around the left side with that Junior, looking to just kind of get a pick with the bomb. It's got 9 clams to work with as well. 1 player down for the side of Falling Ink, making that 2. So this is your move if you are the Chickens, and they are moving quickly to get those points in. A lot of things we kind of saw earlier on the Swiss set is teams not really doing a good job of moving together, which is something you have to do for Clam Blitz. The Chickens movement there worked out really well, but now we see a really nice response. Fallen Ink able to recapture mid, because the Chickens did lose a lot of players in that push. So now Fallen Ink in a good position to get a counter push going of their own.
Yeah, definitely. They're going around mostly the left side right here because mostly trying to get a little bit of recruits, pulling them in, getting their team onto one side, and probably maybe going for a flank here. However, unreadability is a very important thing when it comes to a team, and in terms of countering. Oof. Sorry. Not even a quick thing. Hot Sauce just flicks someone right off of the corner of the screen.
If you look at the if you care about splash, which you really shouldn't at this stage of the game, the 2 players that are kind of controlling this game right now are the E-Leaders. But here we go, the Chickens with 2 players down. Barbecue Sauce in a good position with a lot of clams to get some more things going there. Hot Sauce retreating back to mid. They are the last player left alive. But really, this game has been decided by the 2 E-Leaders right now. You see them currently top fragging, each player top fragging for their respective team. So it just comes down to who can knock out the E-leader and capitalize off of it. And so far, the chickens have been doing a better job of taking down, who's this, fake Sasha? I assume that's pronounced.
Fake Sasha.
Yeah, every time they take down that E-leader, they're responding. So they need to, for Falling Ink to get back into this one, they're going to have to respond in kind and take down Hot Sauce. But so far, it looks like the chickens are doing a good job of keeping the Hot One protected.
For real. What was it? Falling Ink is having a hard time, and I've kind of said I've said this before, but I'll say it again. A great backliner is usually the backbone of most teams. If you have a backliner who can't really check or gets too overwhelmed, the team can fall apart in terms of support here. And it looks like that's going to be a win for. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Yes, that was the Evening Chickens giving
Evening Chickens.
Fallen Ink a cold welcome to what Div 4 skill level looks like right there. Now, Fallen Ink, obviously, they've got a lot of really nice wins, as we talked about in the Swiss stage. That could make you think they can find a way to get a win here against the Chickens. Not just get a win, but actually probably beat them. This is a best of 5 set. A top 8 top cut. If you're used to watching Minnow Cup, it's usually top 16, best of 3, but a little bit of a tighter top cut this time around. Going to be more competitive. So only the top 4 teams in each group made it in here. If that shows how strong Falling Ink is. And now we're on a map like Clam Blitz at Sturgeon Shipyard. And if you're going to bring out E-Leader at Art Academy, I would assume you would bring it back out here.
Yeah, especially during Sturgeon Shipyard, it has a lot of good high points and definitely definitely good sniper positions, especially in the middle, covering those 2 lanes, making it very extremely hard to flank. However, in terms of Clan Blitz, there's probably going to be a lot of sneaky maneuvers, especially around the middle aisle. Around here, what was it? Usually because of that little path behind the grates in the center.
Game now getting started, and it looks like Fake Sasha is going to stick with that E-Leader. Hot Sauce says bring it back on. Top fragging for the Chickens in that last game. Again, it's going to come down to who can make their backliner feel comfortable and who can take the enemy backliner out of the game the best. That Crapid Blaster is going to be a good kind of way to make sure that the E-Leader for Evening Chickens is uncomfortable. They can throw torpedoes, they can blast, obviously, just use the blaster weapon itself. Can do a good job of poking the E-Leader from a distance if they get the right angle on it. As you see them, they're working around the right side, but working way by themselves. The Chickens realizing that, getting a nice double team, 2 players going down, and but a great response right here, and Chili Sauce is not going to escape. So here you go, Fallen Ink. You got clams, you got control of mid, you got the man advantage, but it's somehow the Evening Chickens shut all of that down. It looked like Hot Sauce got behind everyone of all people and threw a clam into the basket. Won't get a lot of points, but it'll at least slow down what could have been a great counter by Fallen Ink there.
Yes, that was it. Straight up, as you can see, a lot of it comes down to maneuvering, making sure knowing where everyone was at. In this case, Fallen Ink thought they had it coming. They were, had everything set up. They were getting ready to push and go in for the offense. However, Evening Chickens came back and clearly said nope and took that back. Back.
That score is starting to look really huge because it allowed the rest of the Chickens to spawn back in here. And now look, they're the ones on the offensive. Getting 1 pick here. Chili Sauce working around that right side, able to pop the basket. They do have the man advantage. Fallen Ink, but they can't shut down all these clams that are coming in. 44 points remaining. They still have some clams jumping down in there to get a few more in. Evening Chickens. Well, this should be the end of the push, and yes, but they have 2 players left alive. Cool Sauce, are they going to try to rush in here and keep it open even more? Slips behind someone, and that was a risky play. And if you're Falling Ink, now that risk that Cool Sauce made right there, and it didn't work out to their advantage. If you're Fallen Ink, you have to take advantage of this man advantage that you have right now, and you see them trying to do that. And working on Hot Sauce, forcing them to retreat. That'll give mid control to Fallen Ink, and they have a lot of clams right here to work with as well. But man, the Chicken's defense just seems to be too strong.
Yeah, what was it? Fallen Ink is having a hard time, especially defending that push earlier on. We have 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, so a lot of things can change. However, in terms of placing bets on teams, Evening Chickens does have a good advantage here, especially with Hot Sauce acting as more of a support, acting as a very good support here. I see Barbecue Sauce is chasing around, trying to get a little bit of defense. I mean, it's hard to read what's going on right now. However, a lot of specials being popped off.
and 2 players down for the Chickens. So once again, Fallen Ink with yet another opportunity to do something. I don't think they've scored a single point so far in the set. Keep in mind we're only in game 2. But every time they have the man advantage, or they have the clams, or they have the specials, it just seems like they're not committed, or they don't have a set plan for how they want to crack this chicken defense egg that they've been throwing out here. And jumping out. That's the advantage of the unscope. You can do that little pole charge thing in Hot Sauce with the spicy jump into play to shoot and take down the enemy anchor, avoiding the bomb. Oh, and they do get one more power clam in there. This looks like a situation they could get the KO. Only four clams remaining, 2 players left alive, and you know the Chickens are going to risk it anyways, even though yeah, they're risking everything just to get 1 clam in there, and that aggressiveness is really paying off. They won't get the KO right here, but 30 seconds remaining. Basically, Fallen Ink has to go 0 to 100 in about 30 seconds if they want to win this game.
Yeah, was it definitely in terms of who's going on more of the offensive? Evening Chickens is definitely pulling out not all stops. Just because they're a new team doesn't mean they're going to treat them with any less not like a top ranking team as well. Was it? And I think they're just going to go completely out for the full timeout, KO here, and heads into overtime. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, okay, so it looks
it's gonna be
they are gonna at least get the basket open. They lose 2 players in the process, though. They don't have any specials to work with. Fresh is gonna have to just kind of rush in here just to do something to keep it open while our teammates jump in and try to force a miracle situation here. And it looks like this will be the end of this one. The Chickens currently up 2-0, and I gotta tell you, the experience of the Evening Chickens is really starting to show here. You see how they move with their pushes. You see how they flip all these situations where they don't have the man advantage. They flip those situations into their advantage anyways. You saw Hot Sauce going in there and scoring just the stall, like a offense as a defensive maneuver right there, scoring that first points that they scored. You saw them taking advantage of every situation that they had that Fallen Ink just flat out didn't.
Yeah, was it Fallen Ink tried to go for the Hail Mary at the end, and Evening Chickens kind of pulling out all full stops, trying to get into just literally giving it their all and not backing down whatsoever, not giving Falling Ink any sort of leeway, any sort of opening, which is extremely good. Their defense is on par, and in terms of who they're competing against, Fallen Ink is being shown that they're competing against a team that knows their stuff.
Yes, the Evening Chickens, a very old team. They've been playing in the low-level scene for well over a year now, dating back to the Xanadu tournament series, which I believe was the first time I ever saw them. But now, 1 win away from advancing to the next round. Fallen Ink has to make some sort of adjustment here. Hot Sauce is way too comfortable. When you see an E leader holding their charge in mid and just taking Twitter clip basically shots from mid, you got to do something to slow that down. Instead, Hot Sauce going with the Hydra and Fake Sasha opting to go with the Tenebrel. It makes sense. E-Leader not the best pick here, so both players at least going to call a ceasefire on the E-Leader duel for now, but double armor for the Chickens, and they pop their first one right here and already get a pick and start pushing this bridge, trying to take down Sasha, as you see. Oh, Sasha actually punishing Chili Sauce there, trying to get a pick on them. So here you go. Once again, another situation where Fallen Ink has a man advantage, has Clams, getting close to popping specials. If they want to pop the basket, it's almost going to be now or never.
Yeah, what was it? A weak spot in this map mainly is it is incredibly easy to get in that cheeky sneak and basket shot, usually from behind. In terms of what kind of comp they're going for, interesting with the Hydra splat lane being chosen more as a defensive weapon and more focusing on their heavy defense like they had last time. Kind of sticking to what they got. You know, it's only a slight change into the strategy. However, Fallen Ink very much showing that they do have the speed, they do have the manpower, and definitely more focused in getting those clams. It's the whole point. It's the whole point of this game mode. You ain't getting clams, you ain't getting.
And here we go. 3 Chickens are down. Make that a delayed wipe right there. They do have the clams going in, and they will get their first lead of the set, and they're trying to make it a big one here. 53 remaining. This tip player doing a good job of, was doing a good job of at least being a distraction, but that should end this push for now. But still, damage done for the first time in this set. Fallen Ink has something to be proud of, and the Chickens are the ones that are playing on the kind of the back foot situation right here. But they do have a lot of specials to work with. They did just take down the Slosher. Tentsbrella gets struck down and taken down as well. So Fallen Ink kind of forced to be in this defensive position right here. But if they can cancel this splash down, they cannot. And here we go. The Chickens coming back in, and they should be able to get the lead right here.
Yeah, should be able to get the lead. Oh my God, I am fumbling.
Well,
yeah.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Didn't
Yeah.
is the final answer, it looks like here. So about 2 minutes left to go, a 3-point lead. Not a huge lead at all. Basically, the Chickens just need to pop it and then throw in just 2 clams, and that'll be enough to get them lead. But whoa, the Chickens are really spread out there as we see this tenem. Thank you, Ant, for giving us a good view of the whole map there. It looked like there was a Chicken player at one basket each, but now the Chickens kind of forced to be back in this defensive position. Their junior player does go down, and look how far up Fallen Ink is pushing up. But man, every single time we see them do this, it gets completely shut down, almost for no reason. I don't understand it.
I mean, it kind of went and did a similar thing that they did last time, so it looks like, they caught onto their strategy a bit, and, kind of cracked them a bit. It looks like Fallen Ink going in for a kind of another sneaky push here. However, in terms of defense, Eating Chickens didn't really have it in the beginning, but is now slowly warming up. The Chickens are slowly coming loose right now.
They recognized Cool Sauce was sharking around that corner, but they couldn't take them down. They eventually do take them down now, and 2 players going down for the Chickens, the last 2 on the bridge. so the chicken's forced to kind of back off here. So here's the question for Fallen Inc. We talked about them being the less experienced team. Are they going to try to keep the aggression up, or are they going to try to just turtle up and just bleed out the clock for the next, I guess it's going to be about 45 seconds, including overtime. We saw them be aggressive earlier when they already had the lead, and now it looks like they're just kind of holding this clam. It looks like they're just trying not to make the mistake that's going to lose the game instead of trying to force the chickens into making a mistake. And Hot Sauce gets a punish right there, but gets taken out themselves. So here we go. We do see Fallen Inc. They are being aggressive right here. Oh, and will this come back to haunt them, though? All they have to do is pop the basket right here. And the chickens not have a power clam? The chickens must not have had a power clam. So there you go. The aggression they showed at the last couple of seconds there kept the chickens from building up a power clam. So nice play by Fallen Inc. avoiding the sweep and staying alive in this set.
Yeah, definitely Fallen Inc. turning up the heat and definitely turning up the heat in this match. Kind of showing Evening Chickens that, you know, just because they're a new team doesn't mean they got any type of bite whatsoever, and definitely showed at that last minute as they were just kind of running at the clock, but wanting to keep them on their feet, on their toes, not really distracted all over the place, and couldn't keep their cool. These chickens got kind of scrambled here.
There's well,
did you like what I did there?
yeah, there's so many puns we can do with the Evening
there's
Chickens.
a lot of puns, but it's up to everyone in chat who will probably not like them.
Oh, they'll get over it.
Yeah.
We're all having fun here, except
Yeah.
for the Evening Chickens who just lost that game. Losing never really fun. But if you are Fallen Inc., that is the win you needed. Obviously, gives you a little bit of momentum heading into this game 4, which is going to be main stage. I guess the question now is going to be what anchor weapons are they going to bring back out? I will say Fallen Inc. looked to be playing a little bit better with that tent umbrella than they were with the E-Leader. Mainly just because they're not such a... It seemed like Fallen Inc. is having a hard time keeping their E-Leader safe, so something more with a tent where it says, I'll just protect myself, and you guys don't have to worry about me, seemed to work out a little bit more in their favor. Hot Sauce, who came off of E-Leader onto Hydra, still top fragged for the Evening Chicken. So regardless of what Hot Sauce picks, it seems like they're comfortable to do whatever they want to do, go wherever they want to go and get the picks that they need to get. But if you're Fallen Inc., I don't know if you want to go back necessarily to that E-Leader with how well you played in Tent in that last game.
Yeah, they were definitely playing a lot better with the tent umbrella, in terms of that, fight with E-Leader v E-Leader. It wasn't really. Oh, okay.
Decided to go with the Dynamo instead. So this is a double armor comp coming out here from Fallen Inc. And I'd like that. That's a really smart play. If you want to deal with an E-Leader that is just taking it, that is just lighting you up, just keep your guys covered in armor the whole time. Nothing they can really do about that.
True. More or less just, they have to hit you again with a second full shot in order to fully KO you. Hot Sauce trying to do a little bit of these Twitter snipe plays here. Here, and it looks like, wow, this early going in for the basket. Opening the basket, got 74 remaining. Just kind of rushing in, no full stops, just ambush this type of ambush play, which seems to be working, interestingly enough. Ooh. However, half their team has fallen and is kind of re-scrambling, but wow. Wow, that was intense there. I don't know how they're gonna recover from that. How do you think?
Yeah, that is a textbook push there that the Chickens just pulled out. They killed 2 players and they didn't just sit on their hands and be like, oh, we gotta get clams, we gotta focus on something else. No, they got the picks they needed and rushed right in, got the clams along the way, and just slowly bled the clock down. But here, look at this great counter push. That is a wipe on the Evening Chickens, and look at all these clams that Fallen Inc. has, and they're throwing them all in right now. Are they going to save a few clams and try to keep this basket open a little bit longer? Actually, not needed, because they do get the lead right there. Wow, look at all the clams they threw in. One stays alive and gets another pick, and they already have 11 clams coming in here. That is the power clam jumping in at the bottom. They can
my God!
Here. Fallen Inc. We see you! And all of a sudden, that fantastic push that the Evening Chickens pulled out at the start of the game gets erased in a matter of seconds.
Fallen Ink.
Was this Rainmaker?
For real, Fallen Ink just like took whatever energy that Evening Chickens pushed on them and just went double time on that one, and just no holds bars, just went all in, wiped them out. That was an insane play, and you know what? Glad we caught that. Oh my god, that was beautiful.
Yeah, I was concerned because I felt like they were throwing in the clams too fast. I felt like they weren't going to spread them out to try to get that push to the point to where it needed to be to where they could get lead. But no, they had basically the exact number of clams they needed, threw them all in, all 4 players at the same time, got the lead, and then stalled long enough. You saw them pop that baller. That baller was just a stall to keep that one player alive so someone could go back and get that mercy clam that they had, jump in and get the KO right there. But all of a sudden, this is a completely different story. We are seeing Fallen Ink grow up right before our eyes right here, and are 1 game from knocking out the Evening Chickens. And it's going to have to be on Manta Maria. And for the Chickens, the question is going to be, you just got punched in the face pretty hard. What is your response going to be?
Yeah, as Monterey Clam Blitz is, in my experience, I have a hard time with this map, mainly because it's a very constricting map. You got a lot of tight corners. You have a lot of, and it's very narrow, and it's definitely going to rely mainly on a heavy defense, in terms of, especially after that incredible push and incredible offense play from the last round we just saw. Evening Chickens is going to definitely have to rely heavily on that defense there to stop that from happening again. However, Falling Ink at this rate should be called Rising Ink. I'm just saying.
Rise. I would be surprised if there's already like 3 teams called Rising Ink at this point.
Probably.
We do see Hot Sauce coming out with the heavy remix, and Tintabrella coming back out. Again, the Crapid Blaster's been working really well for Fallen Ink as well when they get the right opportunity to pop that baller special and use it effectively. But here we see Hot Sauce staying alive on top of the grate here. The Crapid Blaster starting to get to work, trying to push back the Chickens. Oh, but runs into an enemy's Tinta missiles there. 2 players going down for Fallen Ink, and this is the situation for the Evening Chickens to at least get control of mid. As you see the last player, that last player actually gets taken out. That is kind of huge. That's going to allow the Chickens to get their first points on the board. A nice pick there from the Crapid Blaster, but this Booyah Bomb gets taken down as well. But they still find a way with the Booyah Bomb distraction to slide in there, get another Power Clam in, and they still have some clams if they can find a way to get over. It doesn't look like they will, but still damage done. It could be hard to get any kind of points scored on this map, just because it's so hard to get up street around the choke there. But the Chickens in this decisive game 5 have a nice opening here. 60 points, not the hugest lead, but for your first push, not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all, as Falling Ink trying again for this aggressive push, kind of clamming all together, trying to get a super clam, succeeding in getting it in, and kind of retaliating with that last push. Evening Chickens trying to hold them back with a good defense right here, and it seems to be working as they're starting to regain mid, and pushing them back as far as they can, trying to just keep them all the way over there into their base, and just not wanting them over there. Basically, just they don't want them in there. They don't want them in no house. They don't want them in the house.
This is looking a lot more like the first 2 games went, where the Chickens were the team that took better advantage of the opportunities that were presented to them, and they did bend a little bit, giving up a point here and there, but they never broke. Obviously, in that last game, they broke pretty hard, but now it seems that they have been able to kind of recollect themselves, and it's looking more in their favor like the first two games were, as opposed to the last two games. Two players going down now. That player, Tinderbrella, can't really shark up in the bunker because they're holding the power clam, so everyone on that chicken side is going to know where they are. Hot Sauce popping this Booyah Bomb is going to throw it. Just kind of holding it up here for a little bit now. They're opting to throw it into the street. Does get a trade with the player holding the power clam, and they do pop the basket, but it doesn't look like they're going to get anything else out of that. So really, a good opportunity there for the chickens, but all they really accomplished there is just give an extra pity clam for Falling Ink to work with.
Yeah, in terms of defense, Evening Chicken's kind of just sitting here, not really letting Falling Ink get any clams whatsoever, hoarding them for themselves. And it seems like they're going in for probably another push, as they got easily enough for another power clam again, and it looks like they already got it. So they could be going for a pseudo double push, look at me over here, and then kind of going from behind, and it looks like, sorry.
these Booyah Bombs from the Evening Chicken have been on point. And here the floodgates are finally open. 12 points remaining here. It looks like they are out of clams. You see the last player left alive here, gathering clams in mid, trying to... No, that is...
Oh, and...
They did. I was so lost because the camera... But I thought they were holding the clams on the backside there. But no, that was a nice play by Cool Sauce, waiting for the opportunity to slide over that cut and throw all the clams in. And all of a sudden, the Evening Chickens bounce back and survive this set. This very difficult set against Fallen Ink. They will move on to the next round of Top Cut. But the story here is Fallen Ink. We see you now. Welcome to competitive Splatoon. Wow, what a performance by them.
For real, putting just coming in out of nowhere, just kind of this little shadow team. What are they going to be about? And they just made a statement here that they're not someone to mess with right now. And Evening Chickens has just been shown that. But in terms to make history, welcome Fallen Ink.
And with that, we're going to take a quick break before bringing you guys round 2. We're waiting on Symphony versus I'm not even going to hope to pronounce that pickup team's name. They're tied 2-2 heading into a game 5 themselves. When that one's over, we will bring you guys that set, and we will be right back. You are watching Minnow Cup as a part of the Deep Sea Solution. And good evening, you little chickens. We are in round 2 of Top Cut here at Minnow Cup Clam Blitz Edition. Going to be bringing you guys Neon versus Innocence. We did a little bit of research behind the scenes on these two teams. Neon is I believe they are a German team, but they are all kinds of. I guess Jaeger is their sub here that they have, as you can see at their name, but we're just going to call them Neon for our own personal sake. This is I haven't seen them play in Low Ink, but Innocence is a team that is currently playing in the DSB, which is known as the German Ludi League. And the last time we saw them in Low Ink was in March, where they went 3-3. So you might not be crazy familiar with these two teams, but you're about to, because the winner of this is going to be in grand finals of this tournament.
That's right. What was it? And Innocence is also fairly fairly somewhat newer team. And you're kind of right. I haven't seen any of them really play whatsoever. So, you know, in terms of some people who are in chat, I'm gonna be, you know, kind of blindsided to how they're gonna play. But truly, this is going to be a very interesting game, nonetheless. As you know, we got two German teams going up against each other, and you know, having, you know, very you know, in terms of the European sphere, have like a very similar you know, play style, and it'll be fairly interesting to see how they interact on this map, especially Waha World Clam Blitz.
By the way, as a side note, 3 of the 4 teams in this top cut remaining are from the continent of Europe. The only team left representing North America is a team called Weeping Bells Revenge. I don't know how I feel about that. Regardless, we do see anchorless comps going out from both teams. A lot of aggression. You like to see it. A little bit of a change of pace from what we saw in the last set. But a Kinsegal coming out from both sides as well. That wall can do a lot of work in mid to kind of shut down alleyways and prevent people from leaving and entering the mid there, but one player immediately going down for the side of Neon, and Innocence looks to get their first push going.
Yeah, Innocence definitely taking a lot of in coverage in the center, and it looks like with a Booyah Bomb trying to get it in, unfortunately dying by Pink here, and it seems that they actually got that nice push here. Innocence getting a little bit of the clams here. I'm trying to at least you know, finish that push. It looks like that's going to be the end of it though. But 48 remaining, not bad at all. Especially only just for the only first couple of minutes and the only first couple of seconds. That's pretty impressive.
It's a good push. Now the question is going to be, can they hold on to it? Because they already lost a player. Missiles are going to push them back a little bit. So Neon has an opportunity to get something going here, and they do jump in a couple of players, but only get 1 power clam in there and lose 2 players in the process. So I don't know who they were jumping to or what kind of situation they felt like was comfortable to hop in there, but they did not get a fair return of investment out of that push, only popping the basket and giving basically a free mercy clam to Innocence. But you see, you see, what is this? Yes, yeah, Y4, I guess we're gonna call this person, doing a good job pushing up here, keeping the aggression, getting a nice pick on Daze, and working this other player into that pillow there. It's still staying alive. How is Y4 staying alive? Created enough of a distraction all of a sudden to get a huge lead off of here. So wow, the Kitsu Machine player staying alive there created this entire push and kept the fight just where it needed to be long enough. And with 32 points remaining, it looks like that is going to be the end of the push for Neon here. But credit the K Machine, Y4. What a great play they pulled off there.
Yeah, what was it? A lot of what I've noticed just in the past like minute is a lot of using Booyah Bomb as more or less a shield and more as a distraction, while one player usually focuses on getting the super clam. and just getting into the basket, which is fairly interesting as both teams have done it here twice. And it looks like it's about to happen again with Green just kind of waiting for the right opportunity to get a good push here as they got a couple of super clams going on. Was it Innocence just trying to get some in coverage so that he can get good movements and figure out a point of attack as it's Neon is just focusing on gaining the defense right now.
The floodgates are starting to open up here for Innocence. 2 players going down to Neon. You see the junior player here able to pop the basket, pop armor as well. So do they have enough to get lead though? They do have enough clams. It's a question of can they get all the clams in there. Booyah Bomb coming out right at the perfect time and shuts down that power clam, but the push is not over yet. Can they find a way to get in there? No, they will not. So wow, it looked like they had all the right tools, but the Booyah Bomb coming out right at the perfect time, shutting down that push. But with 50 seconds left to go, there's not a lot of cushion here for Neon if they want to hold on to this lead. We're going to need to see them keep up the aggression, keep control of mid, and especially when that bridge opens up to their plat, which it will be doing pretty soon. They'll basically have all lanes open for Innocence to try to get back in here and get this lead. But look who has all the clams right now. All the clams right now. It's Neon.
Yeah, Neon definitely taking a very aggressive approach, not letting them wanting to even pass their base, just blocking all entrances to mid and just trying to control it and hold on to that lead. Hold on to the lead, even having a super clam to guarantee them, you know, at least in overtime, which it looks like it's about to be. And they're going in for another push, getting it in at the last second there. Wow. Neon going in for it. GG's.
Very nice play there by Neon to keep the aggression up, not turtling up, not just saying we're just gonna try not to make the play to lose. Instead, they made the play to win. Look at the KAs right here. This was a 5-minute game and some change in overtime, and the most kills anybody got was 8. That's the sign of how evenly matched all 8 players in this lobby are. But game 1 going to Neon as we're going to be heading into game 2 now. Snapper Canal. For Innocence, I guess you had a good push and you had an opportunity to get lead back there. It just got shut down just because I think somebody fumbled the power clam, threw it up against the wall. With a map like Snapper Canal, where having an anchor player can really help out, but we haven't seen an anchor come out from either team, we're probably still going to see this 4v4 player aggression style that both these teams are going to bring out here. But for Innocence, I feel like this isn't time to hit the panic button. They were just so close, and it's not going to matter anyways because somebody DC'd.
Yeah,
so
someone
in the lobby. Who is that? What team is that? That's Neon.
Yeah.
DC'd, so there you go. I don't know the DC rules. I don't for this particular tournament. I guess I'll look that up. But
yeah. Nintendo Online. Gotta love it. In terms of, both these teams are very much evenly matched, making it for a very high intense game. And from what I observed, both teams were very much on the offensive and kind of in sorts of, one, a really good offense can be a really good defense as well, especially when both teams are playing very aggressively and keeping up that heat in battle. Definitely very similar strategies being used by both teams here, and one gotta wonder, especially since we didn't really see any anchors in that, will one person change? Change up the play style a bit.
I just looked up the rules as they were on Battlefy. It doesn't say anything about a lobby disconnect, if that counts as the team's replay, or you just remake the room, pretend it never happened. My wife is in chat saying lobby DC is a replay. Okay, so that counts as their replay, and that is for Neon. So if you're Neon, this is kind of a scary situation. You never want to be in this position of having to play out a disconnect. But Neon now, if they do DC at any point during the set, they have to keep playing it out. So a little bittersweet moment there. Neon up 1-0, but now with all the DC penalty strike put against them, that's a little bit of a nervous pressure. I would make sure you guys lock your little brothers away for the rest of this set. They don't go downstairs and kick the router or anything. Maybe we can get through this one.
Yeah, the pouring milk on the router trick doesn't work. Let's just say that. And maybe if we could just get Nintendo to make better stuff that could connect to Wi-Fi and stuff better, that would be awesome. But that's not gonna happen. Anyways, sorry. Now we're just waiting for now. What?
We're all back. Everyone's back into the lobby.
Nothing happened.
We're good here, and everybody's starting to ready up. We're gonna give you guys some hot Splatoon action. Clam Blitz at Snapper Canal. Currently Neon up 1-0, and it looks like they didn't really decide what weapons they were using. They're still taking a little bit of time to ready up and figure each other out. And again, we can't really talk about enough how low the KAs were in that last match. Again, it went 5 minutes and some change into overtime. The one player across all 8 players that had the highest KA was only 8, and I believe it was on the side of the team that lost, if I'm not mistaken there. So this might come down to which one of these 8 players just pops off for either team. If one player just pops off and just crosses that 10, maybe get 15 upper like 17 KAs, they could really dominate the set and kind of take it into the favor for their respective team, as we do see no anchor coming out yet again. Pretty much the same comp, Mirror K Machine, Mirror K Gal, so it doesn't really look like there's a whole lot of difference from either side.
No, in fact, we see a lot of very similar weapons in terms of both range and also being some of the exact same weapons. So it looks like both teams are probably going to go for, offense to offense style once again, like we saw in the last round there. Definitely what's going to be a hardship for them is going to be the slope up here, getting up, and because as we saw last time, they had a hard time pushing up, especially in small knit aisles, and Neon kind of having 2 team members down, and it looks like Instance is going to take that and get a Super Clam already in there with 8 remaining. A good, a small push, but a good push nonetheless. Actually, with 51 remaining now, as it looks like they just took down Neon's small little defense here, and are just kind of letting the clock, run down while they get that secured lead.
This is basically where we started the last game as well. Innocence going in, getting a modest lead right off the bat, and then coming back to have to play defense. And then it was Y4 last time who made the sneaky play to stay alive and be a distraction into enemy base that opened the floodgates for Neon to take the lead. And wisely kind of backing off right here, building up some specials, does have a splashdown to work with as well as a Booyah Bomb. But look at this. I don't think anybody has died in this game since that basket closed. Neither team wants to initiate something. And if we just stand in this awkward stalemate here, look at this, we're just chucking bombs. Both teams, okay, so they finally died. At some point we have to play the game here, fellas. One of you is losing and has to make a play to win here, and they are. It looks like Neon is starting to move in here now. They got all the things they need The basket does get popped, but they don't have a ton of follow-up clams to go with it. Jaeger, the last player left alive, and is doing a good job of staying alive here and keeping this basket open. Does take down one player, but ultimately gets taken down themselves. So finally, something happens here as we cross the halfway mark, but still, Innocence able to take a blow and still hold on to the lead. Let's see if they can do something else with it, or if we're just gonna have more bomb fest for the rest of this match.
Like I said a little earlier, was that a lot of the teams are playing very offensively. However, they can't really. What we saw in that little stalemate there, they were trying to read each other, but none of them was willing to, have the bravery to, actually attack and, full on like pounce on that opportunity. And it looks like it's again the same scenario again, where both teams are kind of hesitant on pushing here, and very much just a kind of a stalemate. However, Neon is looking like they're going in for another push once again through the middle ramp there. However, I think they're being pushed back a little bit by Innocence, especially in the middle lane. Where they can't just seem to find a good opening as a weak spot in this map is definitely that up ramp. It's so short, but it feels so far away from the basket that it's just a grueling climb. So if they defend that.
What are we watching right now? What is going on? Okay, now specials are getting popped, and now they're deciding to go in. Somebody does die. Okay, here we go. And Neon starting to push in right there.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh, beautiful.
What in the world is this game, bro? So they get a huge push right there. Throw like 3 power clams in right at the same time, and they do get taken down. And now Innocence is pushed into a situation. They have to be aggressive. Man, they turtled up so hard right there. And it finally just cracked. But now they can't turtle up. Now they got this huge deficit they have to overcome. But wow, this is a really bizarre game that we're seeing here. And it can't stay this way if Innocence wants to get the win.
For real, if Innocence wants to get the win, they're gonna have to fight the clock here and just go all in, full force. No chains, and it looks like they're going in with that double clam.
That's game.
That's game. That's KO.
I
Bravo.
think we just saw a 30-second Splatoon match stretched out for 5 minutes for no reason. Honestly, it looked like, and this is a factor that you can't really simulate. This is you look at these two teams; they are experienced playing in Minnow Cup, and look how low the KAs are. This is the biggest stage these two teams have been on, at least in this tournament. It's definitely not in something like Low Inc, where they usually go 3-3. So I think we might see some nerves coming into play here. It's like neither team wants to make the play to win the game unless they are forced into a situation where they absolutely have to. It's just get the lead and then just turtle up. And man, something's got to give here. Like, somebody on one of these teams has to step up and start making some plays here. I mean, we can't. I've never seen that. There was this legit 2 minutes of that match was just both teams holding, like, we're drawing a line. I'm going to throw bombs to your side. You throw bombs to my side. Whoever dies to a bomb first is who gets to push or something like that. I've never seen this.
I've only seen this in very lower ranks where people kind of hesitate to get out of that bubble and force their way all the way to the goal. And I've like never seen this in especially something like this. But man, seriously, someone is gonna have to step up to the plate, go in full force, and take that risk, as it is a huge risk. If that push does fail and most of their team goes down, they don't really have a good defense in terms, because there's less people to defend, and you have to wait.
It comes down to their special usage. If you're gonna stall out the map like that, build up some specials. A lot of times teams use specials thinking, oh, I need to get a kill with this special. That's not the point. The point of specials is to make your opponent move. And if they can force the other team into a situation to where the rest of the players can pincer and make a play off of that or something and get it going, and that bomb rush Y4 coming off of the Kinsa machine and going with the Neo splash right there, that bomb rush might be the special they need to get something going for Neon there if they want to get back into lead of this set. No, I don't think any comp change at all on the side of Innocence. Still the same 4 weapons they've been pulling out so far.
Yeah, it looks like Innocence is just sticking to their guns, going with what they know, and kind of hopefully we see some sort of change in terms of battle, and like you said with the specials, it's not about getting kills, it's just about moving the players to where you want them to go. And when we saw in that little most of those stalemates, most of them were stuck in this reading loop of like, are they going to go left, are they going to go right, are they going to go center, where are they going, and they couldn't, they were both reading each other, and it just was this mismatch of they're going to stay at the same point, and in which that clearly needs to change. But yeah, that bomb rush is definitely going to help in terms of moving people out of the way and getting them closer to an area where they can be picked off more easier.
Neon able to get the early lead here, underneath 60 points with 52 remaining, and they're keeping the aggression up. Oh, trying to get something going, but Dezay down there in the alley able to pick off the Neon player, and another trade situation right here. So battles are at least happening this time around, which is a good thing. But we're not really seeing a whole lot going on here. It's still another stalemate. Obviously, control of mid is in the favor of Neon right now, and they do take down the K machine, starting to push up into the enemy base. And with 2 players down, this should be another push going for Neon. And things are really starting to work for Neon right now. They are starting to get consistent pushes off. They were able to find their way into the Innocence basket as at least 2 times so far in the first 2 minutes is good. But with 55 points remaining, they haven't really gotten a huge return of investment off of their pushes so far. But still, you got to be thinking the fact that they are getting multiple pushes off makes them think they can probably find ways to get even more and eventually get that big push they want.
Yeah. Definitely they need to build up some sort of specials and get Innocence into a different area, as they do definitely focus on the flanks and at special spots where they can easily get a sneak super clam dunk right in. However, it seems like most of the dunks have been in right dead center, the middle lane, and however, they have been good at controlling middle lane. It's just for, people have been sneaking right there in front of it and just hucking super clean at it.
Oh, and here we go with just a baller play along with Ink Armor, but it gets shut down. A nice trade, but still no clams to follow that uplift. So it looked like they had a play set up. They probably just didn't have enough clams to kind of follow it uplift there, or they were hoping not to lose as many members as they did. So still able to get onto the scoreboard, but not a whole lot of damage done. In fact, all they're really going to accomplish there is giving control of mid to Neon, who wisely jumps on it, starts building up specials. They do lose their K-Gal player, who was popping off early, but has seemed to kind of pulled off at least a little bit in the set. And 2 players going down now to the side of Neon, as Innocence now has complete control of mid, and they're just gathering up the clams they need. They do have a baller and splashdown ready if they want to do that classic combo. Baller in, jumps to splashdown. But again, here they go. They pop the baller, and they're going to be in the right position, and here comes the jump. And I like the baller in that way of the player that was trying to kill them. But 2 players going down. Make that 3. Wow, yet again, a great play set up that just got shut down by Neon.
Yeah, Neon definitely shutting down these plays, not wanting them to get any sort of push whatsoever. And they had it. They had the setup. They were going in it. They were going for that baller play, but just the dominoes did not fall right, and they got blocked there. Unfortunately. What was it? In terms, again, they're kind of at sort of a stalemate when it comes to how many clams they got. How many claims they got, and in terms of positions, it looks like it looks like it's sort of just, again, another stalemate here. It looks like that's going to be a win for Neon, if I'm correct.
They should have a mercy plan. Oh no, they do. They're the player we're looking at as a plan. But a very nice pick on the player holding the clam. That is the one clam they need to keep this game going. And, oh no, there's still one player left in mid, but they've only got a handful of seconds. 3 of them coming in. It's a great distraction, but they kill him.
Oh my god!
Push, and Daze goes down as well. And Neon holds on.
That shutdown.
I'm legitimately surprised that they did not survive past that wall there. They had the angle to get that throw in and at least keep the basket open. And all they had to do after opening the basket was throw in like 2 clams. So that denial of the throw was huge. A clutch play by Neon, and it gets them a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 set.
For real, Neon definitely showed their skills there as they just every time Innocence tried to get in, set it up, they pumped themselves up, they got it, and they got it. They're gonna set up. They were gonna play the play, and they just got shut down twice. Even at the end there, where they were throwing out that last Hail Mary, trying to get some sort of push, they got blocked by an ink wall there, and sadly couldn't get it in. But GG's, as this is some of the most heated match I've seen yet.
Yeah, it's it's different. Obviously, it's 2 teams turtling up with a comp that you would suggest isn't something you would want to play defensive with, but it's created some really close matches, and it wouldn't surprise me if this one went to a game 5, just because obviously both matches have been so tight up to the very end. And one thing I do want to point out, though, Innocence has been the one team that has not been changing their comps at all, and they readied up so quickly, so they know what they want to do. They know what their style is. Neon being the team, we saw them switch off a K machine and go to something like Neo Splash. We didn't see the suction bomb rush be as effective as we were kind of expecting it to be, but now with game 4 here, Clam Blitz at Mako Mart, we're going to see Innocence coming back out with basically the same thing they've always been doing here, and basically the same comp as well that they used last game for Neon, coming out once again with that Neo Splash, K-Gal, K-Shot. Those missiles were working out really well, especially in the beginning for Neon. They're going to need to see a lot more missiles here if they want to find a way to move on to game 5.
Yeah, for real. In terms of how they're going to need to play, the offensive play it has an advantage, especially on Mako Mart, as it's such a short map. The baskets, you can clearly see it, and it's not that far away in terms of how fast you can get there. But it's really just going to matter on where everyone is. It's not only just a short map, but it's a pretty wide map. It's very rectangular. And you have 3. Even though the middle lane is very open, the 2 flanks are just still like very, very not narrow, but not open either, if that makes any sense.
Innocence gets the first basket of the game, and they're going to get a little bit more. You saw players sneak behind and get up into the flat area there, and they do get below 50. This is the last player left alive with 8 clams, and they're going to be just stuck back in their own base. But still, damage done, and a great pick right there. That'll slow down any kind of counter push that Neon wants to pull out. And whoa, are we finally seeing somebody? Oh, step it up. And it might just be Martin right here for Innocence. Already with 7 KA, the basket does get popped, however, and they do have a lot of clams to work with here. Is Neon. They can't get the lead, but the last player with the power clams opting to stay back. But still, a good response by Neon to keep themselves relatively close to taking lead here, as we still have about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, as you see, they're already kind of figuring out where to go. They definitely have a lot of map control right now, and it is looking like they're going for they're getting ready to push, and definitely using a lot of the specials to get them where they want to get a Neon where they want to be, want to have them to be, and just take them down. But it looks like we got a jump play, unfortunately failing there. Y4 getting that kill there, and just taking defense as the basket is open. And it looks like another failed super jump play, and the defense here is absolutely incredible. The major comeback here is. This is again another intense match where it's just going to be probably back and forth, but they're definitely bringing the heat. They're definitely over it from the last couple of rounds.
I don't think I've ever seen so many jumps fail. I mean, either they're timing bombs perfectly or somebody's clam throwing button is jammed. And there we go. Neon able to get lead right there. 3 players going down though. They find
3 super clams.
That is huge. Not just getting the lead, but extending it. And this player gets one more in before getting taken down themselves. But now Innocence trying to push up a little bit. Oh, that's a little bit too soon, and they do get punished for it. Jaeger back here on the defense here, and it's all of a sudden pure chaos that's been going on in the set. 2 players going down, but another trade, and it's now finally, punches are being thrown by both teams, and we're seeing some action here, and this is all working in Neon's favor.
Definitely, Neon is trying to get it back, trying to get the center, definitely having a lot of map control, and having a lot of clams, up to 28, and it looks like they're going in for a double super clam right here, with a little bit of the Booyah Bomb. Unfortunately, I think that play was red, and Innocence was it? That was painful to watch. Neon not letting
1v1 right now for the lead. This is the last clam. They just need to get this one clam in to get lead, and they do get it, and 2 more in to extend their lead a little bit more. But now the question is going to be, is Neon going to be able to make the response here? Because they did lose 1 player on the side of Innocence. Neon has map control. They do have the man advantage. They are building up specials, and they do have all the clans they need to work with. But 1 player going down on the side of Neon, and you see Martin pushed way up there.
Oh!
A hero double trade, and that will shut down anything that Neon is going to be bringing out here. And they do have a power clam left in their basket, a mercy clam, so this will go to overtime if anything. But they got a sea of blue that they're going to have to find themselves. Find a way to get across, and 1 player just keeps going down 1 at a time. Make that 2 now to the side of Neon. We're seeing a desperation play coming in. This is the last player left alive, is able to sneak past somebody for a little bit. That will shut down this push. That will shut down this game. We will be going to a game 5, and wow. Finally, look how divided this map is. These 2 teams are as dead even with each other as you can get.
Wow. That was incredible to watch. That was the most. I'm on the edge of my seat. Like,
well, look at that. Look at the K's at the top of the screen. Finally, somebody has stepped up, and it is, I believe that is Martin. Or yes, that is Martin from Innocence. We've been waiting for somebody to step up and be the champion of this set, and right now it looks to be the K-Gal of Martin, getting 17 KA and putting Innocence, forcing them into this game 9.
For real. What was it? Yeah, like you said, what was it? Innocence finally, like, just having enough, just, finally we have that bubble popped from just these 2 turtles that have just been fighting over each other. We finally have that push and that aggression, and we definitely saw that on Mako Mart today. Like, words cannot describe of how good that match was.
Well, now we're heading to a bit of an awkward map, Skipper Pavilion. A map where the basket is at the top, but all the clams basically spawn at the bottom. So you want to control both the top and the bottom for the top so that you can make pushes, the bottom so that you can control the economy. So coordination is going to be super important here. The most coordinated team will win this game 5, and that's going to be difficult to do. The nerves that we are clearly seeing, nerves taking control of this set for both teams. So whoever's going to be the most mentally disciplined is going to be the team that is going to come out on top here. as we wait to see the comps. I don't think we'll see any surprise out of Innocence. Of course not. Do they own any other weapons? The same thing for Neon. So be it. We're sticking with what got us here, and we got a decisive game 5. Winner goes on to Grand Final.
Yeah, definitely. Again, with the offensive play, most of it's going to be like very quick, like close combats. And in terms of skill for Pavilion, this map is an absolute nightmare and you need to have really good control, and coordination on this map. In order to get anywhere, even a somewhat good lead, in which it just seems to be more or less again teams trying to figuring out where they need to go. Innocence just, reading out the map, trying to make a path, getting everything ready, and unfortunately trying to pop ink armor, but unfortunately died there. And it looks like a lot of distraction that they're trying to pull. However, Neon is just like not having any of that, and is just trying to focus in on their own little sneaky play. Jade trying to come in for the sneaky play, unfortunately not making it. However, okay, that was a three players down on Neon. Innocence definitely blocking that push from the top there, and kind of having to recruit from that. And it looks like Innocence may be taking another play here. Again, as they're just slowly gathering clams.
Yeah, that might be, with how this set's been going, that might be the winning push for all we know out of Neon. With 62 remaining, they keep control of mid. Again, the thing you want to keep an eye on is who has control of bottom, because that's going to tell the tale of this game. And we see still, look how green this entire map is right now. This is not good for Innocence. Even though they have all their specials ready to go, you saw them pop Baller earlier into the enemy base, but they couldn't keep their teammates alive long enough for that Baller to hold any kind of effect here. And again, like, you have all these specials, now all 4, and you get a pick. It's now, and they kind of, a little bit of a misplay on the Baller there, but still, they have the man advantage, and they're not interested in trying to capture space. We do see Martin here trying to work along this top side, trying to look for a pick or something that they can use to where the rest of the team can go down. And now 2 players to go down. That is a good trade, but another player goes down on the side of Innocence. Man, there's so many windows here that are just not being taken, because I feel like each team is trying too hard not to lose this one. But all the clams are on the side of Innocence. It's just going to be a matter of, can they finally find a way to get through there? But if they stay back like they are and just throwing bombs, they're never going to crack that edge.
Yeah, especially as most of them are focusing on that top lane and not really focusing on the bottom. However, it looks like a sneaky little play there. And it looks like it's a team wipe on both teams, only having two players on each team alive and actually in the field. What was it? Neon in the danger zone right now, and just trying to recuperate from that, especially that really well off play by Innocence. Innocence with just keeping them focused all the way on the top, getting all their super clams on the top, and just coming from the bottom. Neon, and especially over here, trying to go in from the top lane again, and trying to get a double super clam in, and just kind of focusing just on the center, which is very interesting. Say the least.
40 seconds left to go here. Winner moves on to grand finals. Loser gets to play for a bronze medal. Jaeger thought about going up there, threw down a bomb, and they do pop the basket, and they do have enough clam to get the lead. Can they get one more clam in there? It comes out to the end zap, and they do find a way to get the lead. So now, 20 seconds remaining. This will go to overtime. They are going to have a mercy clam to work with, and they don't have a big mountain to climb. You see them immediately grabbing that mercy clam. They're going to need to go. They got the specials halfway to being built. You see this player sharking right here, just waiting for someone to come out of position, is opting to take that fight, and one player does go down on Neon, and the K-Shot opting to back up a little bit here, and now all of the attention at the bottom of the map. Here we go, the Booyah Bomb coming out, but they survive.
Oh,
The lead.
they took
And
the lead.
a steal in overtime, and Innocence survives and moves on to grand finals in what has been the most boring, exciting set you may ever see.
Wow, that was incredible. Again, another clutch play right at the tail end, just barely making it with that with Booyah Bomb and the splashdown being played, just confusing everyone, just getting everyone just all sorts of confused and just distraction, just right in that blind spot, just getting those two super clams in and just getting that lead. That was it was something. It was incredible. I will say that. Definitely these two teams, it's like whew, going places.
And we're going to take another break. Use the restroom, get your popcorn, do whatever you need to do. We're going to be giving you grand finals, Innocence versus Weeping Bell's Revenge. So we will be right back with grand finals here on Minnow Cup by Deep Sea Solutions.
And we're back.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
confused
Yeah.
myself. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Grand Finals of the Minnow Cup, the Clam Blitz Edition. We got Innocence, the team that survived the last match you saw on stream, versus Weeping Bell, the North American pickup team made up of Dan, Hydra, and N Squiggly Mark, whoever that is. But obviously, I believe Weeping Bell's Revenge is undefeated so far in this tournament. And we just saw Innocence, and I guess we're starting right away. Innocence, they said, we know what 4 weapons we're going to use. Weeping Bell says, we've been watching the stream, we're ready to go. So let's get going. Grand Finals. I like it.
And the first map to be played is the Reef. Like we saw last time, and especially with Innocence, of how they played very kind of this back and forth, just back and forth, kind of in this weird offensive defensive play. With Weeping Bell's Revenge, they, I believe undefeated, and they both definitely have a good shot at the finals here. As for starters, they're definitely focusing on that middle lane, the bridge, as well as underneath, just trying to get enough paths going just to figure out what will be the play, and reading other players right now. In terms of specials, what was it? Innocence definitely has it right now, but it's only going to be a matter of who uses it first. 2 Booyah Bombs go out, and Innocence already has a power clam here, in which they are making a clear path in the center, and trying to get that way in. However, it looks like they're going for the super jump, and they get the lead. They get the lead, and a very small lead, and slowly building it up. Whoa, okay. 59 remaining, not bad, especially since, in the previous games, that push, that anger to just go out there and, get the bread wasn't really there. But as you can see, that clearly has changed.
Yeah, so now a good opening push by Innocence. Obviously, I was kind of curious to see how their playstyle from the last set was going to translate over into this one. Triple Star Dan over here doing a good job of trying to push up, but gets taken down. 2 players down to the side of Weeping Bell. Dan E going in. I don't really understand what they were trying to accomplish there. The last player left alive. Popped the basket, but now ultimately just giving Innocent an extra Mercy Clan to work with, and control of mid as well. So the bridge is going to go to Innocence. They are going to build up some specials, and this is going to be, are we just going to see sub-special warfare, or are we going to see Innocence actually try to push up? You see them get armor, but again, even with that armor, okay, now, I was about to say, are they just going to wait for their own armor to go out? And they are not. They're pocketing all the specials. They're throwing everything at Weeping Bell right now, and yet is able to get a pick. If they can get that power climb in, to be huge, it doesn't look like they're going to, and instead are ultimately going to get wiped. That is going to give control of the entire map to Weeping Bell, and if you want to get back into this one, this is your window.
Yeah, Weeping Bell definitely more or less, while they were defending, definitely getting a little bit of that in mid, and definitely just this giant just sea of blue ink, slowly coordinating of where they're gonna go. And it looks like they're gonna pop up another Booyah Bomb to kind of get them off their tail and just kind of psych them out a bit and move them around to where they want them to be. However, it looks like this push is kind of a little bit under coordinated here. However, it looks like there was a super jump there, and they opened the basket with 67 points remaining. This has definitely been a little bit hard to read, but it was a good, okay push, but they definitely they definitely need a little bit more oomph if they want to get the lead here again.
One of the few times we saw a super jump actually land. into the basket for some reason. It seems like everything's been shut down. We do see a little bit of a battle underneath in the bridge here. And, you know, this is kind of what got Innocence into trouble in the last set. They spent a little bit of time kind of turtling up. They're holding these power clams. Everybody knows where the Innocence players are. They basically just got a giant beacon there. This is a great opportunity for Weeping Bell to get control of this set. But two players go down immediately. A trade does kind of happen there, so it does kind of keep the hopes alive that Weeping Bell can try to get a push going here. But this turtle little maneuver that they're pulling off here, Innocence, it's surprisingly still working out even against this more aggressive team that Weeping Bell has here. And we see Daniel sharking around this right side. Is going to need a little bit of help, but gets sharkened out before they could pick up one more clam to pop the basket. And again, all they got to do is pop the basket and then throw in, I think about 4 more clams. That would be 12 to give them, possibly give them the lead. My math could be off there off the top of my head, but we are going to overtime, and Innocence picking up this clam, throwing it down, just not wanting to reveal their location too much. And then, one player coming around this back alleyway, and that is throwing down the Bia bomb. That should be enough of a distraction for everybody else to come back in, but they all die, and that is the defense by Innocence. And basically a 4-minute turtle up, and it worked out into their favor there.
Yeah, definitely learning from that using and turtling up there at the end really did come into their favor as what was it, Weeping Bell's Revenge came in all cylinders, and even saw a little bit of sneaking Sandies all over there. But in terms of defense, Innocence definitely held their own at the end, and that turtle tactic worked surprisingly. However, next, heading into the next round, we got Piranha Pits, a fairly interesting map, to say the least. It's definitely going to rely heavily on those two center lane, as the distance from each basket's just incredibly long on this map.
You know, I was looking back over the Swiss stage. These two teams actually played against each other in round 5. Weeping Bell obviously getting the win. So this is the only team to beat Innocence in this entire tournament. So a bit of a rematch there. Obviously 2-1 in Swiss went really close as we see them come back out here on Piranha Pits. Dan's K-Gal, Dan's K-Pro being the longest ranged weapon in this lobby right now. So if they can if they can keep their distance and take advantage of basically the anchor weapon they have in this comp, I would say, on a map like this especially, they should be able to find a way to get the picks that Weeping Bell desperately needed in that last game to stay in.
Yeah, definitely long range weapons do help, and especially blasters have a slight more advantage on this map. It's just there's so much ground to cover in terms of it's so much wide alleys that it's just incredibly easy to miss in terms of people. Mostly it's again looking like it's going to be a little back and forth. Innocence having a little bit of trouble getting a little bit of turf control here, and Weeping Bell kind of just getting rid of a lot of their plays. Even got rid of the person who had the super clam and coming in with their own push. Hydra going in around the flank here, and as well as Daniel and Dan going around. Hydra going around the flank to try to get a good spot in, so that maybe they could probably do some sort of a super jump play again, or not really, and just pouring in clams right now with a 44 points remaining. Just kind of having this locking it down, just like messing up Innocence's play here.
That's actually a huge pick right there. It's so hard to avoid getting locked out in this kind of situation. if the Soda Slosher was able to get that pick right there on that cave machine and kind of keep that position they had, it could have been really annoying for Innocence to clear that out. But still, the cave machine getting the kill and staying alive allowed that push to die, and it allows Innocence now to get back into the action of things without having to clean up all of the weasels in their hen house, I guess you could say. Oh, you get away from that splat bomb there as you keep your baller alive. But obviously a good push for Weepinbell there. 41 points remaining as we cross the halfway mark here. Isn't really something you want to feel crazy comfortable with, especially on a map like this where it's real easy to KO off of one push. As we mentioned, it's very difficult to, once you get wiped, it's very difficult to reclaim your side of the map. But 2 players going down for Innocence, and this looks like Weepinbell. It looks like this is Weepinbell's game to lose at this point, especially with this push they're pulling off right now.
What was it? Daniel kind of coming in a little bit of sharking on the treads. Not really. Innocence not really seeing them getting shot down and having that 14 incredible lead. Innocence definitely needed to play really well. This turtle tactic is not doing so hot on Piranha Pit as it's being shown off right now. However, it looks like they're going to go in for a push again, trying to find a spot either near the right or middle lane. Using the Booyah Bomb, as we see, to just get and move people around. Oh my god, and being just getting cornered right there. And for some reason, this back and forth of just stalemating once again, as we saw earlier with Innocence, just kind of just hesitating to get that push and slowly building up and slowly inching their way forward, getting in and getting the super clam in there with 74 remaining and just inching themselves closer, trying to get past Weepinbell's Revenge. However, it looks like they're running into an issue where they
This might be a KO.
This, yeah. Yeah, this may be a KO.
No, I didn't know where that. I just saw they had a power clam, but there you go. Almost the lead recaptured right there, but look, a healthy number of penalty points placed on them. They're basically going to need to get in 2 power clams and then 3 regular clams to get the lead off there. And using your K machine is going to hurt a lot. They do have armor to work with, but Weepinbell's Revenge doing a good job. Now they're the ones turtling up, but they got all the specials they need. They got the Booyah Bomb, they got the missiles, but they are all four backed up in here. And this is where the baller can make something happen. You see them popping the Booyah Bomb right now. It's going to be who survives this. And it is 2 players going down on each side, and they still haven't popped the basket yet, even though it is Innocence that is hopping in. I don't think they're going to make it in time. No, they do pop the basket, but the player does go down. The junior too far away from the rest of the action to make something happen there. So a dramatic ending to this game. It was hard to keep up with all that was moving on there, but still, Innocence not doing enough, and Weepinbell's Revenge kept just enough people alive from all those specials that got thrown at them in that last couple of seconds there to hold on to their lead and tie up the set at 1 apiece.
Yeah, was it right at the end, Weepinbell just held their ground, they held the lead and just fortified, you saw it got incredibly hectic there, and got incredibly hectic there. Again, Innocence pulling out kind of a Hail Mary right at the last second. But it was just too much. Everyone already had a lot of their specials build up, and we saw like basically all of it got released. And they just, even if they wanted to get a solid push in, they didn't have enough clams and they didn't have enough people there all the way at the basket. So, yeah, however, we're going into the next round, which will be on New Albacore Hotel, which is an incredibly open map and does benefit from people who have long range.
Well, we're not going to see that. I will say though, this is a very good map for the Kinsa Rapid Blaster, the Crapid Blasters we've been referring to. And good news for Innocents, they've been using that weapon literally every single game we've seen them play today. So, and considering the K Pro's been the longest ranged weapon that Weeping Bell's been bringing out, you know, it's the fact that neither team has an anchor is going to balance out in this set here. So, yeah, obviously a crucial game 3. The winner is going to have control of this set. The loser is going to be a bit of a hole. Again, this is best of 7, not best of 5 that you've been seeing up to this point. And another thing you kind of want to point out, Weeping Bell has yet to have a player go over 10 KA in either game. The most they got is 9, and that was in the last game. So I don't know if it's something Innocent's doing. The fact that Innocent's, to their credit, they're not going out and getting kills, but at the same time, that means they're not feeding either, and that kind of forces the opponent to not get a high KA themselves. So that's kind of the tail of the tape so far, if you want to see it as that way. And there you go, the Rapid Blaster working out. You're able to kill with from that far away, just chipping away and slowly killing someone who's a whole level below you without even aiming downwards. That is the power of the Rapid Blaster.
Yeah, as obviously both teams are rushing towards the middle, trying to get that crucial bit that is even possible to ink. That ink coverage is definitely going to benefit them when they are trying to get a push. Weeping Bell definitely having the advantage here of inking the center, having that down, and it looks like Daniel trying to make the play, especially with the Booyah Bomb. Once again, Booyah Bomb being a favorite today in terms of a crowd control weapon. Dane coming from behind, and the rest of Weeping Bell's Revenge trying to get that last power claim, unfortunately breaks, and so they try to pull back, and it looks like it's going to be a small little bit of a small team wipe there, as Innocence comes back, tries to take the middle and come up with a plan. However, in this case, they're both neck and neck when it comes to how many clams they got. And it looks like they already got a super clam, probably taken from just pulling a little bit together.
Well, the game is kind of dead even at this point. Clam economy pretty even, control mid pretty even. And here we go, somebody's trying to fight an Innocence player, starts backing up, lands a splashdown, and kills somebody. But the question is Innocence going to try to capitalize off this? Somebody just got a double way off the screen, and that is huge. And now complete control of this game is in Innocence's favor. I believe the last player left alive is the junior. Booyah Bomb coming in, they'll take down the K-Gal, and who has the power clam, I guess is the question now for Innocence, and they're wasting a little too much time. Now here come in the jumps, and lo and behold, somehow the jumps do not survive. This is the last player left alive, gets taken down, and my goodness, I cannot believe only 23 points off of that. They had everything they needed. It just seemed like whoever had the power clam got stuck in like ink or something and just couldn't get up there when they needed them. Oh, and now we have a DC on the side of Weeping Bell.
Oh no.
So they're stopping, and well, wait a minute. Wait, timeout.
Timeout. Wait.
That happened at like just past the half-minute mark. Does that mean this counts, doesn't it? I don't think they realize this counts. Or does it have to be both factors? Is this a hold on. Rules. DC. Every teams around one replay per set if the time is before 2:30 and the objective is not past 50. So it has to be both factors. So they will replay it.
Yeah. In the meantime, I would like for everyone in the chat to tweet at Nintendo to use that money that they gained from Nintendo Switch Online to actually fix their servers.
You know, if Innocence had actually got the clams in that they should have got in on that one push, they would have got the score below 50, and this game would have been over. Not that you want to win because of a DC, but I mean it's still I would want to go back and look at that and see it. They got 3 players down. They threw the booyah bomb and picked off the last player. I guess they just didn't have enough clams or whatever to make a power clam. And it's always awkward when you're making that one push and you don't have like you're all there at the basket and it's like, oh well, somebody forgot to bring yeah, it's like going to a picnic and you forgot to bring the picnic basket out of the car way back where you parked it like 3 miles back. But still, the DC in effect there, and I guess might be some confusion if there's a replay or not because we haven't moved on yet. And again, we're not. Bird and I are not TOs.
Yeah.
So don't take what we say as concrete evidence or anything like that. So
Yeah.
but from what I'm reading, it says 230 mark and the objective has not passed 50, which it was not. So this, from what I'm reading, this will be replayed unless I hear otherwise somewhere else.
Yeah. We'll basically have to wait until, someone tells us, but I am speechless. Sorry. But
Someone said they clipped it and it was at 227. It doesn't matter though, because it says the rules say before 230 and the objective of the non-disconnected team has not passed 50.
Yeah.
Wait. That's objective of the non-disconnected team. That would be Innocence. Has
But
not
I don't-
passed 50.
I was
It
like,
did not pass 50.
It didn't pass 50 at all. That was
The
a-
verbiage of that. Oh, this is me confusing with the verbiage. This is a replay, isn't it?
Brr, 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 brr. It should be.
Right.
No,
I know
right?
it
We're,
only-
again,
Only
we are.
scored 23 points.
Yeah. Again, we take what we say a little bit of grain of salt.
Yeah, I'm not.
We don't know either. We're in the same seat as you.
Yeah, they don't pay me enough to deal with the help desk for this tournament. I guess I could keep in.
They don't pay
Like
me.
we're not really getting any information on our end. I don't think as to what. So we're just
Wait.
gonna what?
You're getting
wait.
paid?
Anyway,
I'm joking. I'm
looks
joking.
like we are replaying. We are
Yes.
going to replay.
Yes.
So what I read on Battlefy is correct. 230 mark and the objective, the non-disconnect team. Yay, pom-poms for reading the rules. Let's go. Now, keep in mind that is the only replay that Weeping Bell can use. So anything from this point out on Weeping Bell's side, they're going to have to play it out and get this one in. And I don't know why they're not readying up. You can't change weapons. So
Unless Daniel-
Star cubed Daniel here maybe just went
yeah.
to the bathroom during the
Yeah, I was like, he probably
or
went to the
whatever.
bathroom. And okay.
There
He
we
better.
go.
Yep.
I mean all 8 players, I don't think they own another weapon in their arsenal anyway, so it's not like they can switch weapons if they wanted to. But here we go once again with Gusto. Clam Blitz at Hotel. Innocence versus Weeping Bell. Critical game 3 here. And no change on the weapons or clothing from either team.
Was it again a rematch, but with that few bits where before the rematch they definitely have a little bit of if they were reading the room, I guess, or reading each other's teams, they should have somewhat of good intel of how the other team's gonna play and come in a little bit better. And basically, with that free time, they should kind of understand of how the other team plays. And it looks like what was it, Weeping Bell, getting that center control, definitely getting that turf control, and already having 18 clams at their disposal. With I think Daniel having 9, if I am correct, which they already got a power clam from it. Power component. It looks like they're going to put the push on the center bridge, using a booyah bomb to at least deflect people away from it, and it looks like that's going to be.
Looking for the junior.
He's
Nobody has died for Weeping Bell yet. And as soon as I say that, there goes the first one. But there, still
The
a
death
minute
predictor.
and 15 seconds before the first Weeping Bell player died, and they got 47 points remaining. So there you go. If Innocence DCs at this point, I think it pretty much play on if it goes under the 2-minute 30 mark. But there, you talked about the replay, knowing your opponent. The openings were very different. We saw somebody in the original game for Weeping Bell jump over to the Innocent side of the map and got taken out immediately by the Crafted Blaster. This time around, we saw that might have been the adjustment that Weeping Bell made, and that adjustment has got them this lead at this point in the game that they did not have last time around. So a smart adjustment on the side of Weeping Bell, but now one player down in this map is turning green very quickly. We see the baller coming in here, combined with the Booyah Bomb, and a lot of players, are they going to jump in? No, it looks like now one player decides to jump in. But it's just one power clam, and they do get it in before getting taken down. So another, I think that's like the 5th or 6th power clam jump play we've seen out of Innocence today that resulted in just 20 points.
Yeah, was it Weeping Bell's Revenge definitely holding their grounds when it comes to just holding down and locking down their base. Innocence had an incredibly hard time with even with Booyah Bombs and a little bit of a baller there. They were just having an incredibly hard time getting through that. Daniel and Dane looking like they're going to go again again through the center, going in trying to get this dunk, and they succeed with 33 points remaining. However, God, Innocence blocking that play, blocking that push again. However, that's going to be a little bit of a hard push to come back, seeing as how Innocence have played earlier on in the game, in which they're trying to gain center control and maybe trying to do another double super clam push here once again.
From Innocence, we have seen when they're backed into the situations they need to throw punches, they have connected with the punches they throw. The problem is they just don't take enough chances over the course of the game. But now that they're in a situation where they have to start taking chances, those chances they've taken have been proven pretty well. And that splashdown getting denied there by in Squiggle Mark, who's now starting to push up this right side. Again, holding on to that power clam. The player knew that they were there and is now on another situation where players can jump in. Booyah Bomb coming down as a distraction, throwing up that green wall to help keep the players alive and getting more picks. Wow, what a great play.
And it looks like
by Squiggle Mark here to get them all the way down to 10 points remaining, and that is going to end the push. But still, Squiggle Mark, we see you.
Yeah, definitely making that great push in there with only 30 seconds remaining. We're probably going to see again another Hail Mary when it comes to Innocence here, as they have succeeded at both a hit or miss, like 50% chance of actually getting it in which it looks like they're going for it once more and ain't going down without a fight. Only 10 seconds remaining. I don't think they're going to be able to get this. However, Martin has pulled out the stops last time, and I think
we did notice the DC, right? So
it has to keep
in the overtime. Yeah, they need to pop this basket.
They need to pop this.
Yeah, here comes the jump, and this basket is going to keep going, but they're only going to have 3 players to shut down. Luckily for. Only 3 players are alive for Innocence, as they are trying to keep the basket open a little bit longer. Martin trying to come in. They don't have any clams, so it looks like they will, in fact, hold on to this. But this is an issue. This is definitely an issue for Weeping Bell. That is a bittersweet victory. The good news is you have the lead in the set. The bad news is you now have a player that is prone to DCing, and you're not going to know if they're going to be able to hang on for the rest of the set because they already used their replay.
Yeah, what was it? They already used their replay, so in this case, they did have a very large lead, and again, Innocence going in with that Hail Mary, and unfortunately, not having enough clams for that push, even if it was just not enough clams for it. It was just not. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, yes, they obviously the huge lead that they built up paid off in their favor. In the favor of Weepin' Bell, who is now up 2-1 in this best of 7 set. We are currently waiting for Squiggle Mark to rejoin the lobby. The player who has DC twice now. Obviously concerning, but Weepin' Bell able to escape the hotel with a win. The only problem is they do not have their replay going forward, and you have a player who has DC'd 2 games in a row now. And we are, we're still waiting for that player. So I guess the question, question is, are they okay? You all right, buddy? Everything good?
In terms of things, I guess while we're rating, why do you want to talk about a little bit of a Humpback Plum Track, which is going to be our next map?
I don't want to talk about Humpback Plum Track. I will say, and Squiggle Mark has joined back in. I will say this about Humpback Pump Track. Those Booyah Bombs are going to work out well because, well, A, that's the comps they're going to use anyways. We haven't seen anything different happen from either's team so far. It's always been K-Gal, Junior, Machine, and Crapid for the side of Innocence, K-Pro, K-Gal, Slosher, and I believe they use a Junior or Inzap as well on the side of Weeping Bell. So all the players are ready and up anyway. So it's not like it's going to be a secret as to who uses what weapon. This kind of reminds me of a old school Xanadu, a team that was well known to use the same comp pretty much every single time and didn't care if you knew what their weapon was going to be. It was just more so, it's on you to stop us. But as we do see the team starting to ready up here, no surprises there. No surprises there. We're right back where we left off. Hopefully everyone can stay in here. But yes, those Booyah Bombs are going to be huge on this map. The fact that Weeping Bell has 2 interest.
Yeah, was it Weeping Bell definitely having a little bit of the advantage here, especially on Humpback Pump Track. A very very good map in terms of if you're an aggressive team. If you're willing to make that push, because a lot of it is fighting literally uphill battle. Unless you can, mainly because of, the humps. That's why it's called Humpback Pump Track. But, as you can see, Weeping Bell's Revenge already has center control of the map. Just, again, trying to figure out, and it looks like they're probably going to be the first ones to be attacking, already having 20 clams, having most of it, while Innocence only has 5 to 6, fluctuating back and forth. So it looks like they're probably going to go in for another double clam here. Just trying to figure out where the opening is. Martin coming around, going around the flank, trying to at least catch him off guard. Hydra seeing that and eliminating Martin, and it looks like the other super player is just chilling there. And yeah, you're right. That they're using Innocence just using a lot of their specials right now and just kind of keeping Weeping Bell's Revenge right at bay here.
It's almost like they're baiting them in. It's almost like they want them to be like, hey, you be the first team to throw the punch. Like, you come into us. I think that's what Innocence style has been, because we've seen both opponents that Innocence has played so far on stream not get a ton of kills at all. And I think it's just because maybe this is their playstyle. Maybe they're just trying to say, they're trying to trying to make the other team make the mistake. Because at the same time, they're not getting a lot of deaths themselves on the back end, even though somebody just rolled back into a splat bomb there, unfortunately. But this game has been stalled out for the first 2 minutes, as a lot of these games have been with Innocence involved so far. Squiggle Line happy to still be in the game, even though they did just get taken out there. And Danny Boy forced to kind of retreat with 2 players alive for Weeping Bell and 1 player at the back door. The back door appears to be open this late on Saturday, but somehow gets taken down before anybody can come in and capitalize off of that great positioning and Booyah Bomb that they threw out right there. And are you kidding me? Yet again, when it seemed like something was going to happen, it just didn't. And I'm starting to believe this is the style that Innocence wants to play. These slow, low kill, low KA games. that has got. I guess that's how they got this far in the tournament. So
Yeah, in terms of probably trying to, in case in theory, exhausting the other team mentally and probably physically, just so they, once they're down, they can fully pounce on them, and while they've been restricting their energy, just go all in. That seems to be their play mostly, just kind of just butt up against them, just keep them at bay, just kind of keep them there, and then right at the end, Hail Mary it, go in, all full force, no stops, and just kind of let Lady Luck have her play. And it looks like ooh, sorry. Oh, what was it? Weeping Bell getting actually getting in a super clam, finally breaking just the stalemate there once again. We're already almost we're already at the 1 minute, very close to the 1 minute mark, and we finally got point variation. Though it's only by a lead of was it 20? Forgets math.
yes, so this game will not end in a tie, in case you were worried about that. Somebody will win this one. As two players go down in the set, and that is going to tie this game. One clan will get the lead, and that is actually a wipe, so they're going to get more than just one clan in there. This is going to be Innocent's ticket back into this set if they want to tie this up at 2 apiece. Only getting 64 remaining. They still have a lot of clams here, and players are starting to spawn back in for Weeping Bell. And there you go. They do have a lead, and that is surprisingly a pretty huge lead so far in this map. Only 25 seconds left to go. They do. Weeping Bell does have the Mercy Clan to work with, so they can. They will get overtime unless they've already picked it up and they find a way to lose it in the next 15 seconds or so. Popping armor, but again, not really doing anything with that armor. They're just kind of staying back, waiting for Weeping Bell to make a move. And they do have a Booyah Bomb to work with the K-Gal. Then he's going to be coming out first with Dan's K-Pro throwing out a Booyah Bomb at the start. And 2 players going down. That makes me think somebody's going around the back door. And 3 players going down now. And it's all falling apart right at the wrong time for Innocence. And Weeping Bell survives that game with it. Look at the stats at the end of this one. You tell me how long this game lasted. Look at that. Look at that. The highest KA on the team that won in a 5 minute and 30-second game was 6. 6.
Just 6. Wow.
Oh my goodness, what are we seeing today? This is Innocence. This has to be Innocence. Their play style is clearly affecting the other team. It's not now. They're down 3-1 right here, but you typically do not see that low of a KA of a team that wins.
No, Weeping Bell again throughout a last resort there, and definitely blindsiding them with the Booyah Bomb, as well as the person coming out around from around all the way from the back, kind of just picking off some of the teams from team members from Innocence, and just using that Booyah Bomb coverage to charge in and get that point lead at the very, very last second. But it seems like their tactic is Innocent's tactic is working. Just butt up against them, read them as hard as you can, and basically mentally exhaust them to the point where they just go in at the last second. And
yeah, but they have to flip the switch. I mean, you saw them turtle upright. You saw them pop armor and do nothing with it. They just sat there and let the armor run out. They have to be able to flip the switch between when you come out of your shell and when you go back into it. And I think Innocence is a really good defensive team. The problem is, you're not going to win this tournament playing 100% defense, even though it is working out really well. Again, it's not. All it takes is one crack for them to lose a game. It doesn't matter if it comes to the beginning or the end. Innocence just keeps finding ways to crack. But here we go. We see them come back out again. 0 change of comp from both teams. Not a surprise. And Booyah Bombs on the line and ready to go from both K-Gals. 30 seconds gone by. Nobody has died in this game. They're just both taking turns painting mid. Somebody's got armor, and they're starting to push up with it. And are we going to have our first death here at 40 seconds? No. Instead, we're going to have a splat bomb. Somebody escapes that 45 seconds. More specials getting popped here. And are we going to go a full minute without anybody dying? That is, no, we have a death. We have a death at the 4 minute and 7 second mark, and I believe it was the player for Innocence. So and Weeping Bell has a way to get control of mid, and who knows what they're going to do with it once they do.
Yeah, Innocence mainly during that whole stalemate was focusing on just gathering clams, and at one point did have a lot more clams than Weeping Bell's Revenge did, in which it looks like Innocence is going around on the right flank there to maybe capitalize on that very short distance. However, Weeping Bell's Revenge clearly sees that and is going through the mid as well as as well as the flank, as well as the alley, just trying to take them down, and it seemed to be working as Innocence kind of crumbled like a can there, and kind of regrouping and figuring out what to do next as Weeping Bell's Revenge may take this opportunity to probably get in a really good push here.
It's been 2 minutes and only 5 deaths across the entire game. This make that 6. Somebody for Weeping Bell finally just went down again.
Get your bingo cards out.
I can't believe that we're getting down to this point. And 2 players going down here. We're the side of Weeping Bell, so maybe we can see some blue paint go down on the side of Innocence as they try to push up here. And now they go. It looks like they are going for it with the Booyah Bomb and getting one more pick. They have everything they need, but as they wait, more players are starting to die on their side. They are able to get 2 down here. They finally pop the basket and have some plans to follow up with it, and they do get down below 60. So there you go. Somebody finally cracked, and we are starting to see some splats hit the board. But I mean, I'm just shocked at the play style that we're seeing here. And again, the only common denominator here is Innocence. They have to be affecting Weeping Bell somewhat with their play style. It has to be something to do and just completely throwing Weeping Bell off their game.
It is, yeah, it is an incredibly just a very unusual play style, to the point where Weeping Bell's just kind of confused on what they're doing and are having a very hard time figuring out how to counter it and how to react to this. However, it looks like they're trying to get a little bit of the lead, in which they did get it, along with a little bit of clams to follow it up with, in which they may get another super clam in, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, it looks like it was failed, and Innocence keeps it defended, keeps that defended, especially with turf, and it looks like they're going to get in the pity clam and figure out where to go from there, while Weeping Bell's Revenge figures out and regroups on how to come at this.
1 minute left to go. Tournament set on the line. All 4 specials online for Innocence. With Weeping Bell kind of pushed back here. One player jumped out. And look at all these players from Weeping Bell. Hop on that and take care of that pick. One of the rare times one of the players from Innocence hooked their head out of their shell and got punished for it. And now 2 players going down for the side of Innocence as well. So they're stuck back into their base. Again, to get lead here, they're going to need to pop the basket and throw, I guess, about 4 or 5 clams. Probably a little bit more. My math on quick math is not really my specialty. But we do see, it looks like they do have enough clams to get lead. The question is going to be, can they find a way to get in there and get the clams in time? 10 seconds left to go now. You see Daniel just kind of sharking back there, staying back, not willing to make a mistake. And now if they get the pick right there on squiggle mark, they do. And now starting to come up here, but the Booyah Bomb coming out right at the perfect time. And they survive the Booyah Bomb and pop one of their own, but 2 players going down for the side of Innocence. Make that one more, and the Crapid Blaster left alive. Unless they make a hero play here, they do get a pick with the baller, but it's not going to be enough. The time is going to run out, and it looks as though Weeping Bell has got their revenge.
GG's to that. What was it? It was again a lot of just close quarters combat, as it was again no variation on weapons. So it was more or less just playing very defensively with weapons that are either mid to slow range, and it's just I've never seen it. And you know, in this case, Innocent's strategy just kind of collapsed there, right at the tail end, right at like you know, right in the middle of that match. And Weeping Fell finally got caught wind of that and just went, well, okay, well, we could do that. We could do something similar too. And in this case, is that going to be it? If I'm correct?
That is it. I just want to say, that is the most frustrating. This is the most frustrating 2 sets I've ever commentated in my life. And it's something Innocence is doing has this effect on their opponent. I don't think anybody got more than 10 KA against them that we saw on stream. I cannot believe that. I mean, another 5-minute and overtime game, and the most kills that Weeping Bell got was 7. 7 after getting 6 the last game that they won. I want to see more of Innocence, because it's so frustrating watching what they just did there. I want to see more of it because it's so unique and interesting. Regardless, yes, we are done here. Weeping Bell's revenge, whatever Weeping Bell needed revenge for, they have gotten it. The pickup team from North America has won the Minnow Cup Clam Blitz Edition, the second straight month in which a pickup team has won this tournament. I believe we got some things to read off, Lee Bird.
Yeah, we do have some things to say before everything, you know, we close out and say our goodbyes. But for our current participants and viewers, if you're interested in playing some more Splatoon, we've got a tourney for you. The Aquatic Cup is a double elimination open level tourney that offers counter picks. Aqua Cup will happen tonight at 8 p.m. EST. If you cannot participate tonight, no worries. This tournament happens every month, and that comes in from good friends. So, yeah, if you're interested, go check it out. Other than that, Weeping Bell's revenge. He has been avenged.
Go ahead and plug yourself, Weebird. Where can people find you if they want to find your awesome YouTube content?
You can look up on youtube.com/u/Weebird46, and Twitter is also at Weebird46.
You can see me on Twitter at Mr_Popgun. We're going to be on Monday at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, another episode of the podcast. We're going to recap this Minnow Cup, that grand finals that you just saw, and I'm going to try to explain how what we just saw, that unique play style of never dying and yet still losing, that Innocence had pulled out there. That is so interesting what they just did right there. But and I think that's going to do it for us, from all of us here at Deep Sea Solutions. Tigray, our lovely producer who's streaming this tournament. The TOs for this one, Miss Popgun, hey, Spicy, and Salem and Rob helping us out run this tournament throughout this day. From everyone here, we wish you a happy Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we will see you guys again in, June? For the next edition of Minnow Cup. Thanks for watching.
I can't wait.